Chapter 2243. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up. Zi Chen couldn't wait any longer, and his eyes flashed with light. No, the planet's descent has caused the world to shake. Within the range of the vortex, space is constantly folding and distorting. It has a very strong attack power. If it's not careful, even saints will die. Sure enough, as soon as Jia Tu and Huang Tu finished speaking, many heavenly realms rushed towards the planet. However, as soon as they reached the range of the vortex, their bodies were minced by a mysterious energy and turned into dust, disappearing into thin air. Among them, there was also a saint who was lucky enough to escape. However, he had turned back and was injured. He had permanently lost an arm and was severely injured. This planet still has some time before it can completely escape from this vortex. During this time, we can only wait. Jia Tu and Huang Tu looked at Ziqin and said, "Now you should understand why the planets in the star path are not very large." The shock brought by a planet falling from the sky was indescribable. Ziqin was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Similarly, Ziqin didn't hear what Jia Tu and Huang Tu said at all. Yi Qian should have seen such a scene before. At this moment, there was a flash of light in her eyes, but she didn't completely lose her composure like Ziqin. Chi, chi, chi. The cultivators surrounding the whirlpool seemed to have gone mad. They rushed madly towards the planet that was falling from the sky. During this time, most of them were reduced to dust, and some returned with serious injuries. They were like moths that saw a flame at night. One by one, they rushed forward without fear of death until they died. Have they gone crazy? The shocked Ziqin woke up from his shock when he saw the cultivators rushing forward to die. Jia Tu and Huang Tu looked at the scene in front of them and said expressionlessly, "This is the greatest opportunity in the star path. The first person to set foot on the planet will get an unexpected harvest." Harvest? What harvest? Ziqin asked. An indescribable feeling. It seems that it can let people see the foundation of this planet in an instant, see the root of the world, and walk out of the bottleneck. Jia Tu and Huang Tu said, "This is the biggest secret in the star path and the foundation of its existence." What's on that planet? Opportunity. Opportunity to become a saint. 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 Opportunity to become a great saint. What? Zi Chen's expression changed again, turning his head back to look at the planet again. He was shocked by the secret of the path of stars. The planet fell from the vortex, bringing with it a vast aura. Then, little by little, it broke free from the vortex's control. The moment they were completely separated, the surrounding cultivators all flew towards the planet as if they had gone mad. They were as dense as locusts that filled the sky. Based on the aura, this should be a planet of the lowest level. There are only opportunities to become a saint and not a saint king. However, it's better than nothing. Let's go take a look. The planet that shocked Ziqin was nothing in the eyes of Jia Tu and Huang Tu. Jia Tu and Huang Tu put away the giant bird under their feet. The three of them turned into streams of light and rushed toward the planet. In another direction, a false saint led 3 heaven realms and rushed toward the planet at an extremely fast speed. Wherever the 4 of them passed, they attracted the attention of other cultivators. Their eyes flashed with a fierce light. However, obtaining the opportunity on the planet was the most important thing at this moment, so no one paid attention to the 4 people from the Life Star. Upon entering the planet, Ziqin felt a sense of spiritual clarity. His perception and soul instantly became extremely sharp. This is a lifeless planet. It's a pure planet. Just like a newborn baby, the soul is the purest. From here, you can see the foundation of the entire world. Jia Tu and Huang Tu's voice sounded from behind Ziqin. Ziqin turned a deaf ear to them. He closed his eyes and felt carefully. He was not the first to set foot in this world. but he still had a mysterious feeling. This feeling made his mind clear and very comfortable. There was an indescribable feeling in his body and mind. Vaguely, Zichen's soul and saint power had become more condensed. Even his physical strength had become stronger. However, this feeling soon disappeared. Zichen's sea of consciousness was filled with energy, and the sound of killing resounded. In just a few breaths, this pure world had been filled with killing and filth. Zichen's feeling of spiritual clarity had also disappeared. Zichen was very regretful about this. He was not too angry. There were too many cultivators here. Even if he was angry, he did not know who to vent his anger on. However, in just a few breaths, he had sensed the mystery of this pure world. If he could get one alone and quietly feel the change in the aura, he would definitely have a great opportunity. Found it. Just as Zichen was feeling regretful, Jia, Tu, and Huangtu's voice sounded. With a faint smile on his face, he said, "Zichen, let's go. I'll show you something good." As he spoke, he took the lead and moved forward. Zichen asked curiously, "What is it?" Yiqian smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll know when we get there." The two followed closely behind Jia, Tu, and Huangtu. After 3 breaths, the 3 of them landed in a dense forest. At this moment, many cultivators were fighting in the dense forest. There were already many corpses on the ground, and a strong smell of blood spread in all directions. "Get out. All of you get out of here. You've tainted the planet's origin liquid. I'll take your lives." A powerful saint aura spread in all directions. Jia, Tu, and Huangtu's cold voice sounded. At the same time, a hurricane appeared out of thin air, dispersing the strong smell of blood. Saint, the expressions of the heaven realm cultivators changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. However, in the end, they did not dare to challenge the saint's majesty. They turned around and left. The hurricane just now swept away those corpses. As the 3 of them landed, Zichen saw at a glance that there was a shallow depression on the ground. In the depression, there was a puddle of pure liquid, emitting an inexplicable aura. When his spiritual sense fell on it, Zichen felt a sense of spiritual clarity. That feeling was somewhat similar to just now, and even stronger than before. Fortunately, there's no pollution. This is the planet's origin liquid. It's something that will only be born on a newborn planet. It's the purest liquid in the world. It can't tolerate the slightest bit of dirt. If we came a little later and let those dirty energies invade, this would just be an ordinary planet's origin liquid. Its effect would be greatly reduced. While speaking, Jia, Tu, and Huangtu squatted down and took out a crystal-clear jade bottle. Using the power of spatial distortion, they filled the liquid in the depression into the jade bottle. This thing can't be touched with energy. It will be contaminated. It must be stored in a flawless jade bottle. Otherwise, it will also be contaminated. When carefully collecting it, Jia, Tu, and Huangtu also took the initiative to explain. After collecting all the planet's origin liquid, he smiled and handed the jade bottle to Zichen. Just now, so much liquid was stored in this small jade bottle. It can be seen that there is a spatial restriction in this bottle. It's a very rare thing. This thing is useless to me. It's a meeting gift. Looking at the hesitant Zichen, Jia, Tu, and Huangtu smiled. Zichen nodded and accepted it without being too pretentious. This is the lowest level of origin liquid. If you carefully comprehend it, you may become a saint. It is also very useful for those who have just entered the saint realm. Jia, Tu, and Huangtu were undoubtedly very good explanations. They shared the biggest secret of the star path with Zichen without reservation. In this regard, Zichen finally understood why there were so many saints in the star path where there were still very few harmonious spirit masters. They didn't all rely on saint crystals to break through, but some of them were also because of the resources in the star path. As if to verify what Jia, Tu, and Huangtu said, at this moment an aura between the saint realm and the heaven realm came from a certain direction. The one who emitted the aura was a middle-aged man. He stood in the air, opened his mind, and the saint aura on his body surged. It should be the first person to enter. His comprehension is good. So he entered the saint realm in one fell swoop. Jia, Tu, and Huangtu said, "Isn't that good luck?" "Sort of." Jia, Tu, and Huangtu said with a smile. Then, Ziqin understood the meaning of the other party's words. In the perception of his spiritual sense, there were heaven realm experts flying over from afar. Murderous intent surged around their bodies. Without hesitation, they rushed towards the middle-aged man who was breaking through. Streaks of sharp attacks flashed in the sky, carrying with them cold, killing intent. The middle-aged man opened his eyes, which flashed with anger. He raised his hand and launched attacks. These attacks had the aura of the saint realm, which was very powerful. The attacks were shattered one after another. At the same time, the heaven realm experts were killed, falling to the ground. However, there were more heaven realm experts who rushed forward without fear of death. They rushed to the middle-aged man and raised their sabers. The saber light swept across the sky. The middle-aged man's head flew up high. His expression was frozen, his eyes full of unwillingness and resentment. If there is no one to protect you and you meet your enemy, it will be a disaster. Jia, Tu, and Huangtu said indifferently. They didn't care about this scene. Ziqin once again witnessed the internal strife of the alien races. This kind of strife was even crueler than the strife on the life stars. An existence who was about to enter the saint realm was killed just like that. The world had one less saint. Releasing his spiritual senses, Ziqin was ready to investigate to see if there were other planet origin liquids. Soon he found a spot, but the expression on his face was full of surprise. There were two sides confronting each other. One side only had 4 people, 1 false saint and 3 heaven realm experts. The other side had 4 false saints and dozens of heaven realm experts. There was a big gap between the two sides. Swoosh! Ziqin's figure flashed, disappearing without a word. "Where are you going?" Jia, Tu, and Huangtu asked suspiciously. Yiqian, who also released her spiritual sense, exclaimed in surprise, "It's them. Why are they here?" Although Yiqian couldn't say that she was familiar with these 4 people, she knew them. 2 of them were Ziqin's mortal enemies. Chapter 2244. In a dense forest on the planet, 2 groups of people were confronting each other. "Everyone, we were the first to discover this. Since everyone has a share, how about we only take half of it?" Among the 4 cultivators on one side, a false saint in armor said, "Humph! Get out of here or die," a false saint standing in front of the 4 said coldly. The others also had cold killing intent in their eyes. Obviously, they wouldn't be able to leave if they didn't leave something behind. "You guys from the Life Star, we haven't killed you yet, but you've walked right into our trap. How dare you bargain with us? Get out of here," another false saint shouted. "Luo Yao, I sense a powerful aura approaching. We have to go." Behind the false saint in armor, a cultivator with 5-colored light flashing around him transmitted his voice to him. "Go, we won't have a chance if we leave." The cultivator named Luo Yao had a cold gleam in his eyes. Life is more important than anything else. "Luo Yao, let's go," a young man in a black robe said. "No, this is our only chance. I've been crippled, and I can only be a false saint for the rest of my life. But you still have a chance. You still have a chance to become a saint. Such a planet won't appear for many years. 5 elements, black dragon, and dark rock. This is our only chance. We can't miss it. You 3 take the things and leave immediately," Luo Yao said. "But what will you do if we leave?" "I've been crippled. Instead of becoming a false saint and never being able to become a saint, it's better to fight for a future. You go. Don't worry about me." "Luo Yao, listen to me. As long as you're alive, you have a chance." "We have to go," the young man in a black robe said anxiously. "You have to fight for the chance yourself, and I don't believe there will be such a chance. You know our situation on the star path. Don't talk nonsense. Go. Don't let me die with regrets. At least one of you has to become a saint. Go. Luo Yao roared the last word. This existence who once dared to stop Ziqin, the heaven-defying expert on the life star, rushed toward the four false saints with his own strength today. Powerful Saint Aura surged. Luo Yao's armor flashed with dazzling light. Die! Amidst the explosive roar, he charged forward. He attacked with all his might, as if he was not afraid of death. Let's go. Seeing that Luo Yao didn't care about his own life, the three of them didn't hesitate any longer. They immediately turned around, and each sent out a beam of energy. The origin liquid in the depression was divided among the three of them. However, they cleverly left some behind. The three of them flew in opposite directions. You are courting death. The other heaven realm cultivators reacted and rushed forward to block the three of them. Roar! A loud dragon's roar rang out. The black-robed young man turned into a black dragon and charged forward. His dragon claws crushed the two attacks and swept past the two heaven realm experts' heads. The expression of the charging heaven realm expert suddenly froze. He lost all signs of life and fell to the ground. A rock's cry resounded through the heavens and the earth as a dark black rock surrounded by lightning appeared. On the back of the rock stood a young man who emitted the light of the 5 elements. The man and the rock flew forward. As he charged forward, energy attacks fell all around him, destroying the surrounding attacks. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Wherever the energy passed, the heaven realm cultivators fell and died. Although the three of them were only heaven realm cultivators, they had the strength to instantly kill those of the same level. They rushed into the distance. After rushing out of the encirclement, the three of them turned back and glanced at Luo Tong, who was fighting 1 against 4. They turned around and left. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful Saint Aura appeared in the distance. A terrifying palm print fell from above, heading straight for the three of them. Go! Amidst the angry roar, a dragon's tail swept over quickly, sending the Peng and the 5 elements flying. As for the black dragon itself, it was struck by the palm print and was sent flying. While flying backward, the black dragon transformed into his human form. He coughed up blood and was severely injured. His life was in danger. He looked ahead unwillingly, only to see a figure walk out. It was a saint who exuded a powerful aura. He looked at the two of them running away and said coldly, "How dare you steal from me? You are courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, a palm emitting the light of saint power chased after the rock and quickly caught it. Hum! The aura around the rock surged, causing the palm print to tremble slightly. A crack opened, and a 5 elements light flew out, flying toward the horizon. He did not expect this heaven realm cultivator to escape from his grasp again and again. This made the saint angry. He waved his hand again, and another palm print appeared. It landed on the escaping 5 elements light at an extremely fast speed, and then slapped the 5 elements back. Boom, boom, boom. The three of them landed next to the low-lying area where the planet's origin liquid was placed. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and they were severely injured. In front, Luo Yao noticed this scene and was stunned. He was hit in the chest, and his body flew backward. The 4 of them landed on the ground, all injured. They looked at each other, and there was a smile in their eyes. It was a smile of despair, a smile of calmness in the face of death. There was no unwillingness. They gave it their all, but they lost. They were content. This was their choice. Naturally, death was their choice. If there is an afterlife, I hope I can travel with you all again, Luo Yao said with a smile. That's right. Travel together. 5 elements, Black Dragon and Dark Rock nodded. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, but there was a smile on their faces. They faced death calmly. You will not have an afterlife. I will destroy your souls. The saint's cold voice came from the sky. Remember, The one who will kill you is Saint Gal. Destruction of your souls is your punishment." As soon as he finished speaking, the sky shook. A terrifying palm print fell from the sky, carrying a powerful saint's might, and slammed down on the four of them. The four of them laughed and looked up at the palm print. Even death could not make them bow their heads. In their eyes, the palm print was descending at lightning speed. The strong wind and dazzling light made them lower their arrogant heads and close their smiling eyes. But they did not give up. They endured the strong wind and strong light and did not close their eyes. Their eyes were stinging. Just as tears blurred their eyes, a black shadow appeared in their eyes. The black shadow appeared in the strong light and stood between heaven and earth, blocking the strong light for them. His figure was not tall, but at this moment he was very imposing. He stood in front of the four of them, one hand holding up the sky as if he was holding up the world for them. The palm print fell from the sky and collided with his hand. Then it exploded with a boom. The terrifying saint's energy was raging, but it could not shake him at all. All the violent energy that came before the four of them deliberately changed direction and retreated. The strong wind dissipated, and the three of them regained their clarity. The figure in front of them was still there, fluttering in the wind. This was not an illusion, but something that happened in reality. The black-robed figure had saved them. "Who are you?" The saint's surprised voice sounded in the sky. The four of them felt that this figure was surrounded by the light of saint power and was filled with a powerful saint's aura. This was a saint, and only a saint could save them. But why did this saint want to save them? At this moment, the black-robed figure suddenly spoke. His voice was familiar and cold. "Remember, the one who killed you is Saint Zichin. The destruction of both body and soul is your punishment." It was the same words as before, but more cold and indifferent. The meaning of the words did not change. Only the saint's name had changed. Zichin, a saint. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure raised his hand and struck out a palm. The attack was similar to the one before, but the difference was that this palm did not fall from the sky, but went against the sky. No, in the sky, the saint's cry sounded. He felt the palm and wanted to escape, but found that his aura was completely locked and his body was greatly restricted. He could only defend or attack. In the face of such a powerful attack, he could only choose to defend. Layers of defense propped up and surrounded him. Boom! The palm landed on the saint and then exploded. The saint's defense was instantly shattered, and the terrible energy raged in the saint's body. The next moment, the saint's body exploded. His soul was destroyed, and his body was destroyed. As the energy exploded, it formed a terrifying ripple that spread out in all directions. The ripple carried a powerful destructive power. Wherever it passed, the heaven realm cultivators who had besieged the four of them were annihilated by the ripple. The spreading energy dissipated. Jia, Tu, Huang Tu, and Yi Qian came to the scene. They saw that the ground had become an empty area. The surrounding vegetation had all disappeared. Only Zichen was standing in the center, and the four people behind Zichen were looking up at the sky. The four of them seemed to be petrified. They looked at the black-robed figure, and their minds were filled with the palm of the black-robed figure. One palm to destroy a saint, the aftermath of the energy to destroy a false saint, and then a heaven realm cultivator. True destruction of both body and soul. In their minds, it was like thunder rumbling and shaking, for words rang out. Saint Zichen. Although the figure was tall, it was indeed vaguely familiar. Gradually, it merged with the figure in their minds, and then became the person in their memory. At this moment, the black-robed figure turned around, revealing a face that hadn't changed much from their memories. "Zichen, it's really you." Black Dragon cried out in surprise, and Peng's face was filled with disbelief. Five elements and Luo Yao lowered their heads. The two of them really didn't know what to say when they met under such circumstances. They couldn't say that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. They were enemies. Zichen looked at the four of them, smiled, and said something he had just learned. Hurry up and take out the planet's origin liquid. If it's wrapped in energy for too long, the effect will be reduced a lot. The three of them came to their senses and quickly took it out. Chen also immediately took out the jade bottle he had just received. He controlled the energy to collect all the planet's origin liquid. After collecting all the energy, he threw the jade bottle he had just received to Black Dragon. Chapter 2245. Encountering Chen in this situation, the four of them had very complicated expressions as they recalled the scenes that happened in the Zhanwu continent. It's too dangerous here. You can't stay here for long. Go to the Nephis starfield, where you can be protected. Chen didn't seem to notice the changes in their expressions as he turned to look at the sky. The next moment he formed a seal with both hands, and a palm print suddenly appeared in the void. This palm print fell to the ground, and amidst a series of exclamations, it grabbed a saint and brought him in front of him. This saint kept struggling in the palm print, his face full of horror. The palm print dissipated, and the saint landed in front of Chen from the sky and immediately bowed respectfully. Li greets my lord. Chen nodded indifferently and said, Now guard them and go to the Nephis starfield. Leave them to Xingqin. If anything goes wrong, I will exterminate your family. While speaking, Chen took out a token with the word Star Path engraved on one side of the token. Li will do as Lord Supervisor says. Seeing the supervisor token, Li bowed respectfully again, his face full of shock. Four of you, let's meet again if fate wills it. Turning around and smiling at the four, Chen turned and left. Not far away, Chen also winked at the four of them before leaving with Chen. As for Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu, they didn't quite understand the situation in front of them, but they also followed in confusion. Without leaving too many words, Chen left just like that. The four of them still hadn't recovered from their shock, and their expressions were a little dazed. The situation changed too quickly. That saint carefully stood to the side, not daring to urge these for seemingly insignificant fellows. After a while, Black Dragon sighed, looked at the jade bottle in his hand, and said, Let's go. Only then did the three of them come back to their senses, and their expressions were very complicated. It seems that your worries were indeed unnecessary. Black Dragon put away the jade bottle that clearly contained a lot of planet origin liquid and looked at 5 elements. As the group moved forward on the star path, it was inevitable that they would talk about what had happened in the past. 5 elements had always been very worried that Chen would harm the 5 elements family. However, after meeting Chen today, it seemed that this worry was completely unnecessary. Under the lead of the saint, the 4 of them left this world and headed towards the Nephis starfield. They knew about the Nephis starfield and had almost died there. But when Chen had asked them to go, they didn't hesitate at all. They trusted Chen, even though they had been enemies just a moment ago. Most of the things in this world had been plundered. Next, this planet would become a part of this star field, replacing the exhausted planets. If I'm not wrong, you too seem to have some grudges. Chen, who had followed them, tilted her head to look at Chen and said. When Chen heard this, he smiled faintly and said, What kind of grudge is that? It's just a fight between frogs at the bottom of a well. After jumping out of the well, I realized how big the world is and how boring it was. Now that he had come to the star path, how could he still be in the mood to care about past grievances? His only thought was to stay alive. Lei Dong jumped out and saw the entire world. He let go of his past grudges. Chen jumped out, fully aware of the dangers of this world. Luo Yao also jumped out. Otherwise, why would he be willing to give up his life to help the 3 of them? They were all like frogs at the bottom of a well, fighting to the death for the water of a small well. They even said that it was all they had. After jumping out of the well, they realized how ridiculous their so-called all they had was. This was something that Chen couldn't understand. In her opinion, everything was the same. The only difference was that these people had changed. Jiatu and Huangtu also couldn't understand this situation. As the young master of a large family, he didn't need to understand. He had never experienced such a thing. In his life, there were no enemies at all. Even if there were, it wouldn't be his turn to do anything. His family could handle everything. Seeing that Zichen was helping the enemy, his expression was indescribably strange. However, he was more curious about the token from the Hort family that Zichen took out. Zichen, where did you get your supervisor token? I killed a guy who claimed to be a supervisor and snatched the token while I was at it. Why did you kill a supervisor? Jiatu and Huangtu became more and more curious. On this star path, those who saw a supervisor were more respectful than their ancestors. There was even someone who killed someone with a knife. Zichen didn't hide anything and told them about the request of Hortwill. Jiatu and Huangtu sneered. That guy was indeed looking for death by relying on the name of the Hort family. But on this star path, I'm afraid only you would dare to kill him. I know the current situation of the Hort family very well. Even if they had a Saint King, they wouldn't be able to send him out. You guys are very safe. Zichen nodded and said, I only found out about this after the fact. Speaking of which, I was really worried back then. Jiatu and Huangtu smiled. He had stayed in the Nephis starfield for a while and naturally knew about Dazzling. Even when he recalled her beautiful face, Jiatu and Huangtu were still stunned. By the way, what's going on with that planet? Why did it fall out of the spatial vortex? After walking out of this world, Zichen looked back at the planet and asked curiously. Jiatu Huangtu did not hide anything from Zichen and told him what he knew. It is said that at the beginning of the star path, there were not so many planets. These planets all came from those space vortexes. As for what is in the vortexes, no one knows yet because no one dares to enter the depths of the vortexes, not even the great sages. However, there have always been rumors that those vortexes are connected to the god race. I don't know if it is true or not. The planets in the star path you have seen are not large, not even 1,000th of the size of a planet in the endless starry sky. This is the reason why there are so many saints in the star path, and also the biggest secret of the star path. The lower level is the one you have just seen, which has the opportunity to become a saint. If you are lucky enough and have a high level of comprehension, you can create some saints. The next level is the medium level, in which the opportunity can create a Saint King. After that is the high level, which allows the Saint King to have the opportunity to become a great saint. This is the reason why there are so many saints in the star path, and also the biggest secret of the star path. Zichen was shocked after hearing this. At the same time, he also understood what Jiatu Huangtu meant by the so-called real star path. This opportunity is uncertain. No one knows where the next planet like this will appear. That's why so many aircraft have appeared, mainly to travel through the void. However, the closer you get to the depths, the greater the possibility of a planet appearing. This is also the reason why those forces constantly want to go deeper. In that case, doesn't the Overlord forces occupy the best place? Asked Zichen. That's indeed the case. The deepest parts are occupied by the Overlord forces, and the best resources are in our hands. Next, Jiatu Huangtu took Zichen to 2 more places, but they did not encounter such a good thing as planets. After that, the 3 of them did not stay any longer and went directly to the location of the Jiatu family. While moving forward, Zichen gradually came up with a plan in his heart. This plan was a little crazy, but once it was successfully implemented, it would maximize the benefits. The star path was very big. Zichen passed by one star field after another. These star fields were like pieces of land that had been divided. What kind of layout is this star path? Asked Zichen. Jiatu Huangtu thought carefully, but did not know how to answer. Then he condensed a ball with energy and placed it in the center. He said, "This is the core of the star path." After that, he took out 3 more balls and placed them in 3 directions. They were placed symmetrically and said, "These represent 3 star fields and 3 forces." They are the top forces in the star path. Then he took out 6 more balls and placed them behind the 3 balls. He placed 2 balls on each side and said, "These represent the planets controlled by the 3 forces." As he spoke, he took out many balls and placed them outside in order so that the planets could eventually be connected. This is the layout of the star path. It's a huge circle, and we are all at the core of the circle. Chen pointed at the ball in the center and said, "Your 3 forces are outside, so what's the core for?" Huangta smiled and said, "This is a secret. Perhaps one day the goddess will know." Chen suddenly understood that this place was related to the god race. Next, Huangtu, as a guide, introduced some star fields to Chen along the way. Through this journey, Chen also knew that if there were no major changes, a saint could do whatever he wanted on this star path. This was also the strongest combat strength displayed on the star path. As for the Saint King from the Jia-Tu family last time, that was just an accident. Because the return speed was not fast and they did not deliberately look for teleportation arrays that could cross domains, Chen and the other 2 took more than a year to reach the star field where the Jia-Tu family was located. This overlord force occupied a star field alone. After stepping into this star field, Chen saw an endless void. In this void, there were only 10 planets at the end of his line of sight. The 10 planets were in the pattern of a 9-star ring. In addition to these 10 planets, in this vast star field, there are only glowing vortexes and aircraft that were constantly shuttling back and forth. The entire void star area gave him a feeling of vastness, and he vaguely felt an oppressive aura. Chen, welcome to the Jia-Tu star field. Jia-Tu Huangta smiled and said. Chen nodded in a daze. He looked at the vortexes and said, "Aren't those?" Jia-Tu Huangta smiled and nodded, indicating that Chen's guess was correct. As expected of an overlord force, it was worthy of occupying the best location. While he was shocked by the other party's generosity, Chen was guessing that Wu Jibak then had gone to the other 2 overlord forces alone and beat them until they retreated for so long. How heroic was that? So what if they had a lot of resources? They were still no match for Wuji. This sentence was not wrong, but it was a little arbitrary. Chen was not completely clear about the battle that year. In that battle, many strong existences from the life stars had fallen. Even the ancestors of the 4 great royal families were left with only a remnant soul. That battle was fierce, and the losses of these forces were not small. That was why Wuji was able to sweep over them. If it was at its peak, Wuji would not be able to sweep the entire star path and beat the other 2 overlord forces until they did not come out for hundreds of thousands of years. Although luck played an important role, Wuji's strength was undeniable. As if it was deliberately showing its power to Chen, a rumbling sound came from the heaven and earth. It was a vortex that suddenly burst out a dazzling light. Chapter 2246. This was the sign of the birth of a planet, the biggest secret of the star path. However, the cultivators in the flying devices didn't move forward crazily. Instead, they slowly changed directions and headed in that direction. Only a small part of the flying devices changed directions. The others continued to move around. Evidently, they were already used to the scene. Several flying devices appeared from the planet in the center, flying toward the edge of the void at a fast speed. A middle-aged man stood in the flying devices. He wore a purple-blue long robe, his long hair hanging loosely. His eyes were bright and full of majesty. His name was Jiatu Qixing, the head of the Jiatu family and the most powerful person in the family. Standing in the flying device, Jiatu Qixing looked out of the window through the crystal glass. He seemed to be lost in thought. A middle-aged man next to him asked confusedly, "Head, he's just a saint. Is it necessary to welcome him personally?" The middle-aged man's voice woke Jiatu Qixing up. He smiled and said, "He's a saint, yes, but he's also the hope of some people. What he represents is extraordinary. It's said that the heaven-defying experts of the life stars will have heaven-defying abilities once they grow up. However, it's just a rumor. After so many years, there have been so many generations of heaven-defying experts, but we've never seen anyone truly heaven-defying, the middle-aged man said resentfully. After receiving the message from Jiatu Qixing, the head of the Jiatu family came out in the flying device to welcome Ziqin. Not only did the middle-aged man not understand, but many of the higher-ups of the family didn't understand either. After all, he was just a young man. How could he accept such courtesy? Jiatu Qixing chuckled and said, "There are indeed many heaven-defying experts, but have you ever seen one who can kill a group of people? Have you ever seen a heaven-defying expert who can injure a saint king as a saint? Have you ever seen a heaven-defying expert who combines yin and yang energy?" The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. During this time, the family had carefully investigated Ziqin. The conclusion was that he had great potential. Jiatu Qixing. However, no matter how great his potential was, it was still just potential. Before he grew up, everything was just a bubble or an illusion. If it were not for the carelessness of the sage king, this heaven-defying cultivator with great potential would have become a corpse long ago. Jiatu Qixing continued, "Is Wuji strong enough?" He was one of the few outstanding warriors on this life star, but with the yin and yang energy in his body, he did what Wuji couldn't do back then. The middle-aged man remained silent. That limitless sword god was indeed powerful. That year, if it wasn't for him patronizing those two big families by himself, causing those two big families to turtle up and suffer heavy losses, their Jetta family wouldn't have developed so well these past few years. He recognized Ziqin's power, but he didn't recognize Ziqin, who was only a saint. Jiatu Qixing sighed and said, "You people are too snobbish. You always think that only when both sides are equal in strength can you have the right to talk. But have you ever thought that once the other party grows up, he will be on equal footing with you? While he hasn't grown up yet, it's not a bad thing to face him. Moreover, the relationship you build at this time is much stronger than in the future, and the cost is much smaller." The middle-aged man snorted and said, "Do we have to curry favor with him and give him a planet?" "Haha, I have the same idea." Jiatu Qixing smiled, looking at the outside world. "That little guy is lucky. Let's choose the planet that appeared today." "Family head!" The middle-aged man looked at Jiatu Qixing, his face disbelieving. Jiatu Qixing waved his hand and said, "Let's do that. Sending charcoal in the snow is more practical than adding flowers to the brocade. Moreover, it's easier for people to remember. Unless the elders' conference was held, no one could refute the family head's words. In the Jetta family, the family head was arrogant, and so were the elders. In people's eyes, it was a noble planet, and it wasn't even enough to invite all the elders to discuss it. Looking at the flying vehicle flying over, Jiatu Qixing was bewildered, his eyes flashing with astonishment. "Jiatu Qixing, what's wrong?" Ziqin noticed the change in Jiatu Qixing's expression. "The family head is here," Jiatu Qixing said. Ziqin wasn't surprised. He thought that the other party was here to welcome the goddess. After all, from Jiatu Qixing's reverence for I Chien, he could see the Jiatu family's attitude towards I Chien. However, Ziqin didn't know that if it was to welcome the goddess, this lineup was obviously not enough. Back then, he had seen with his own eyes that the family head and many elders had all appeared. Even those who were in seclusion had appeared. Moreover, after that welcoming ceremony, when the goddess returned again, no one came to welcome her. At most, they would welcome her in the city. But today, the family head's flying vehicle could only be to welcome Ziqin. Ziqin didn't know this, but Jiatu Qixing was very clear about it. It could be seen that the family still attached great importance to Ziqin. The flying vehicle stopped in front of them, and cultivators walked out one by one. The weakest of these people was a saint. The two of them gave Ziqin a sense of danger. Their realms were obviously above the saint realm. "Greetings, goddess." After walking out of the flying vehicle, with Jiatu Qixing as the leader, Everyone first bowed to Yi Qian. "Family head, you're too polite," Yi Qian said lightly. She still remembered that when she first came here, the welcoming ceremony made her completely at a loss. At that time, she was only in the heaven realm. When she felt the aura of those people, she suddenly felt a sense of fear. And every time these people saw her, they would bow to her. One time, Yi Qian called the family head uncle, which seemed very polite. She didn't expect that the family head would be so scared that his face turned pale. After that, Yi Qian called him family head. After bowing, Jia Tu-Qixing looked at Zichen and said with a smile, "This must be little friend Zichen. Welcome to Jia Tuesday. Zichen greets the family head." Zichen immediately bowed. "Little friend, you don't have to be so polite. You are a guest." Jia Tu-Qixing smiled politely. His black hair was loose, and his smile was easygoing. He looked carefree and unrestrained. As for his realm, Zichen couldn't see it at all, but he guessed that he was either a saint king or a great saint. They entered the flying vehicle together. During this time, they all looked at Zichen curiously, sizing up the heaven-defying expert who had almost killed Sam. After getting on the flying vehicle and sitting down, Jia Tu-Qixing asked about some things that had happened on the way here. Gradually, Zichen, who was a little nervous, relaxed. The atmosphere gradually became relaxed. During this time, they could hear Zichen's chuckle occasionally. "I've sent people to connect the 2-star areas. However, it's not a small project. I'm afraid it will take a long time. Little friend Zichen, you have to be patient." "Of course, I have patience. But it's too troublesome, family head. Don't be so polite. I heard that Wuji is your teacher. I've met your teacher before. We're quite familiar with each other." After that, he said some meaningless things. Zichen was thinking about what benefits he should strive for himself, or rather for the Life Star. From the conversation with Jia Tu-Qixing, he could see that the other party was very easygoing. Although Zichen didn't believe that this was his true nature, it was a good start. Of course, he couldn't neglect the goddess along the way. From their expressions, Zichen could see that these people respected Yi Qian very much. Sometimes, when Yi Qian slightly raised her eyebrows, they would become very nervous. They valued Yi Qian so much because of her father, who definitely had an extraordinary background. Zichen also believed that if he could get more benefits through Yi Qian, he would definitely be able to get more benefits. However, that wasn't what a man should do. Besides, relying on a woman wasn't a long-term solution. After landing on the planet at the center, Zichen saw many magnificent buildings. Everywhere was filled with an ancient charm. The auras of the cultivators coming and going showed that they were all saints. During this period, Zichen didn't see a single false saint. He wasn't in a hurry to discuss things with Zichen. He motioned for Jia Tu and Huang Tu to show Zichen around first. After holding a banquet to welcome Zichen in the evening, Jia Tu and Qixing left, leaving the 3 people behind. Of course, wherever the 3 people passed, they could see some curious young people. Some of them were saints and some were heaven realm. They didn't look very old. When they looked at Yi Qian, they were full of awe. However, when it came to Zichen, they were full of curiosity and doubt. The news that Jia Tu, Huang Tu, and Jia Tu and Sam were seriously injured had already been sent back. It was said that if the goddess hadn't appeared in time and was an old acquaintance of Zichen, the 2 of them would have been killed. Therefore, they were very curious about how powerful this saint was. However, today it seemed that he didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. When Jia Tu-Qixing returned to his room, there were already 2 elders waiting in the living room. One of them, who was wearing a gray robe and had a short beard, said, "This is too abrupt. It will make the Jia Tu family lose face." Jia Tu-Qixing smiled indifferently and said, "If that lord is happy, it's worth it, even if we lose face." "What do you mean?" The elder who spoke earlier was startled. The silent elder also looked at Jia Tu-Qixing. "Huang Tu, that child has too little experience and is too naive. I can't see anything. However, in my eyes, the way the goddess looks at that boy is very unusual. Although the admiration isn't so obvious, I can still feel it. Even if this boy is a toad who can't eat swan meat in the end, as long as the goddess is willing to protect him, he will have a great future. This is only one of the reasons. The second reason is that this boy is stronger than I thought. If Sam fights with him again, I believe he will be the one who loses. Jia Tu Qixing sighed and said, "The title of the strongest against the heavens is not for nothing. He is already invincible among saints. No one in the same level is his opponent. We can't treat him as a saint. We should treat him as a saint king." The two elders obviously didn't expect the family head to have such a high opinion of Zichen. They couldn't help but frown. Chapter 2247. Pu Tu was called Jia Tu Pu Tu, a core disciple of the Jia Tu family. His position was on the same level as Jia Tu Jin Tu, who Zichen had injured, and Jia Tu Huang Tuesday. Among the young generation of the Jia Tu family, those who were given the word Tu were all existences with great potential. Hearing that Pu Tu was going to stop Zichen, Jia Tu Qisheng slightly arched his brows. The two elders' eyes brightened. If the two of them fought, they would be able to find out Zichen's strength. "Are there any matches?" the head of the family asked. "Yes." The voice outside the door sounded hesitant. "What's the result? Who won and who lost?" An elder couldn't help but ask. Pu Tu lost. This failure was expected. After all, the other had defeated a saint king. The elder asked again, how long did they fight? Did they really use their full strength? This time, the voice outside the door delayed for 3 breaths. Pu Tu was defeated in one move. He was slightly wounded. I don't think he used his full strength. The two elders, who had been expecting this, were dumbfounded. Jia Tu Pu Tu was one of the top warriors in the Jia Tu family. However, he was defeated in one move by Zichen. It was unbelievable. "Got it. You can leave now." Jia Tu Qisheng waved his hand. Everything was within his expectation. The heaven-defying expert from the Life Star carried the hope of the entire Life Star. He would be an extraordinary character in the future. It was normal that Pu Tu couldn't defeat him. Losing in one move was nothing to complain about. Looking at Jia Tu Pu Tu, who had been defeated in one move, the surroundings were silent. The cultivators who had been expecting this now froze. They were petrified. Previously, Tu Pu's clamor was so sonorous and forceful. His attack was so imposing. However, he was defeated too quickly. Jia Tu Pu Tu fell on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He had never thought that he, who was ranked in the top 5 among his peers in the Jia Tu family, couldn't resist one move of Zichen's. For the time being, the scene was so quiet that it was impossible to clean up. Zichen stood there calm as the wind. Jia Tu Huang coughed and said discontentedly, "Pu Tu Zichen is a guest of the Jia Tu clan. What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave." Jia Tu and Pu Tu stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of their mouths, and bowed respectfully to the goddess. They glanced at Zichen, turned around, and left. Jia Tu and Huang Tu said apologetically, "Zichen, don't mind him. Pu Tu is just like that. He has a good relationship with Zhen Tu, so he must not be convinced of Zhen Tu's defeat. But he doesn't have any bad intentions. He must be convinced of his defeat today." Zichen nodded gently and did not pursue the matter. In fact, he had expected a saint king to appear after he defeated a saint to test his strength. However, the saint king had not appeared until now, which was also somewhat out of his expectations. He guessed that this was not a deliberate arrangement. The others also bowed to the goddess, then turned and left. Jia Tu and Pu Tu's defeat had completely satisfied their curiosity. Next, Jia Tu and Huang Tu took Zichen and Yi Qian for a stroll on this planet, which was known as the highest level. It was said that the first great saint of the Jia Tu clan had obtained the resources on this planet and established the Jia Tu clan. This clan's foundation was really deep. Wherever they went, Zi-chan was amazed as he listened to Jia Tu and Huang Tu's explanation, especially the so-called Hidden Star Tower, which made Zi-chen have the urge to go in and take a look. According to Jia Tu and Huang Tu, the Hidden Star Tower contained the planets that had been collected over the years. After these planets had appeared, they had been refined with great magical power and sealed in the Hidden Star Tower. After that, they had been provided for the cultivation of the younger generation disciples. The foundation of the Hidden Star Tower alone was probably thousands of times more than the sum of the War Marshall Continent and Tianwu Continent. How could Zi-chin not be amazed by this? Moreover, listening to the meaning of Jia Tu and Huang Tu's words, the number of planets stored was more than the number of geniuses. They were also very distressed about how to use these resources, which made Zi-chin speechless. Are the two great clans, Daofu and Huite, the same? Zi-chen suddenly asked, not knowing what to think. Although the two great clans don't go out, they still have activities in their own star fields. They should have accumulated a lot of good things over the years, Jia Tu and Huang Tu said. Zi-chen nodded and no longer spoke. After walking around for half a day, it was time to go to the banquet. This time, not only did the patriarch of the Jia Tu clan personally accompany them, but even two elders also followed. They gave Zi-chen enough face. Unable to resist the enthusiasm of the patriarch of the Jia Tu clan, Yiqian sat in the main seat, and Zi-chen sat next to her. All kinds of delicacies were served. They were all treasures in the Star Road, and many of them even came from the newborn planets. Even Zi-chen, who was a little reserved, ate to his heart's content during this meal. He secretly sighed in relief. During this period, the two sides did not talk about the alliance, but just warmly greeted the guests. After the banquet, Zi-chen went to the study of the patriarch of the Jia Tu clan. Come and taste it. It's a good tea from a middle-level world. Jia Tu Qixing motioned Zi-chen to sit down. The tea exuded a faint fragrance, and as it hit his nose, Zi-chen immediately felt his spirit clear, just like when he first entered that planet. He secretly exclaimed that it was a good thing, and unceremoniously gulped it down, like a cow chewing on a peony. Jia Tu Qixing did not care about this. After slowly tasting it, he said, Huang Tu should have already said what should be said to you. I don't know if you have any other requests, but we will try our best to arrange them. On the way here, Zi-chen thought a lot, but it seemed that he really could not ask for anything. The other requests were somewhat unreasonable, so Zi-chan would not consider them. If the teleportation array was opened, then the cultivators from the Life Star could enter the star field where the Jia Tu clan was located to gain experience and obtain the resources of those planets. There should be nothing to ask for. After thinking about it, Zi-chan decided to ask for something. I want to ask for a set of blueprints for a star field teleportation array. Oh, you actually want that kind of thing. Jia Tu Qixing was very surprised. He was prepared for Zi-chen to ask for a planet, but he did not expect that Zi-chen would ask for a teleportation array blueprint. You should know that this kind of teleportation array can only be built by someone with extremely profound attainments in array formations. Moreover, it needs to find a stable space in the void to establish a node. This is not something an ordinary array formation master can do. I heard about it before coming, but I want to try. Zi-chan still insisted on his request. Since you insist, there is no harm in giving it to you. If you are not in a hurry, you can leave in 3 days. I will ask Huang Tu to pick a complete teleportation array blueprint for you. Many thanks, Patriarch. After leaving the study, Zi-chen felt relaxed. Next, he would return to Yiqian's world with her. Watching Zi-chen leave, Jia Tu Qixing muttered under his breath, This little guy is really ambitious. 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, Zi-chan did not see Patriarch Jia Tu, and the disciples of other families did not disturb him. During these 3 days, Zi-chen spent most of his time with Yiqian. These people turned a blind eye to this. Naturally, There were many young disciples in the family who admired the goddess, but no one dared to pursue her. Zi-Chen could not understand the position of the goddess in their hearts. As for goddess I-Qian's identity, Zi-Chen did not know either. Therefore, when he interacted with I-Qian, it was the same as before. 3 days later, Jia Tu-Huang too came to see them off. He took out 2 things. One was the teleportation array blueprint that they had agreed on before, and the other was the sealed planet. This surprised Zi-Chen. This is the patriarch's idea. Jia Tu-Huang too smiled. He was not going to follow I-Qian to the planet. Thank the patriarch for me. Zi-Chen will remember this kindness. Zi-Chen took the 2 things and said he did not refuse, and he could not refuse, because these things were too precious. Under Jia Tu-Huang Tu's lead, the 3 of them came to the teleportation array. There were several saints guarding there. After seeing the 3 of them, they also bowed respectfully. Of course, this respectful greeting was for I-Qian. When they came to the room where the teleportation array was placed and saw the glowing teleportation array, Zi-Chen felt dizzy. This was a very complicated teleportation array, hundreds of times more complicated than what Zi-Chen usually saw. Even with his perfect spiritual sense, he could not bear it at first glance. Only a saint array master can build such a teleportation array. Jia Tu-Huang too kindly reminded, then waved at Zi-Chen and said, "Take care." Zi-Chen nodded with a smile on his face. Then Jia Tu-Huang too bowed to I-Qian and said respectfully, "Farewell, goddess." I-Qian turned and entered the teleportation array with Zi-Chen. With a strong fluctuation, Zi-Chen and I-Qian disappeared. Looking at the remaining energy light on the teleportation array, Jia Tu-Huang too muttered to himself, "Brother Zi-Chen, it's not that I don't want to remind you, but this matter is very important. The goddess is not someone we can criticize. Please take care." The moment he stepped into the teleportation array, Zi-Chen felt as if he had walked into a black hole and was walking through it. There was nothingness all around, and time became chaotic. It was impossible to accurately perceive the flow of time. Perhaps it was an instant or a year or even longer. The nothingness disappeared from before, and light appeared in front of him. Zi-Chen felt as if he was stepping on solid ground. Shaking his dizzy head, Zi-Chen saw that he was standing on a brightly lit teleportation platform. Around the teleportation platform, there was nothing but emptiness. What's going on? Looking at the nothingness around him, Zi-Chen asked in confusion. I-Qian took Zi-Chen's hand and said, "Follow me." Next, she took a step forward, walked out of the void, and arrived on the real ground. This was a very open ground. There were no buildings within tens of thousands of miles. It was yellow sand. In the center of the yellow sand, there was a 2-story building. Around the building, there were some lonely plants. At this moment, a beautiful woman was trimming these plants. She seemed to be very focused. Chapter 2248. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there was only one person, one building, and some unremarkable vegetation. The first feeling Zi-Chen got from this place was loneliness. "Mother." A clear and gentle voice rang out. I-Qian pulled Zi-Chen and descended towards the ground. The beautiful woman in plain clothes turned around, revealing a graceful and beautiful face. After seeing I-Qian, her slightly dim eyes lit up as she shouted in surprise, "Mother, it's me." The 2 landed on the ground. I-Qian let go of Zi-Chen and rushed towards the beautiful woman. Zi-Chen stood in place, looking at the scene of mother and daughter reuniting. Looking at the tears flowing out of the mother and daughter's eyes, a very warm feeling welled up in his heart. Zi-Chen was a little unfamiliar with this feeling and felt very uncomfortable. He shook his head, forcibly dispelling this uncomfortable feeling, and looked around. Although this place was a flat land that extended for 10,000 miles, it wasn't difficult to sense that a battle had taken place here. If Zi-Chen's guess was correct, this flat land was I-Qian's former family residence. But it had been razed to the ground by the people of the Jietu family, leaving only her mother's residence. As for all the lives in the family, only one person should have survived. Yi Qian's mother's residence had been preserved. She lived here alone and didn't go to see Yi Qian's biological father. At this moment, Zi Chen seemed to understand why Yi Qian didn't want to go to the god race that everyone dreamed of and didn't want to see her father. Just as Zi Chen was lost in thought, the mother and daughter had finished talking. Yi Qian looked back at Zi Chen, her tear-stained face full of smiles. "Mother, he is Zi Chen. I told you about him before." Zi Chen stepped forward and saluted. "Zi Chen greets Auntie." "You are Zi Chen? You are really a talented person. I heard from Qian, or that you helped her a lot. I haven't thanked you yet." Qian's mother looked at Zi Chen with a kind smile, her voice very gentle. "Auntie, you are too polite. Yi Qian and I are friends. It is only right for us to help each other," Zi Chen said with a smile. "It's rare for you to come. Come in and have a seat. Why are you standing outside?" The three of them returned to the room. The decorations here were undoubtedly very gorgeous. There were all kinds of exquisite and expensive utensils, and most of them exuded strong spiritual energy fluctuations. It was very extraordinary. However, although the decorations here were very gorgeous, it lacked vitality and appeared very stiff. Walking into the living room, Zi Chen looked around. Suddenly, his pupils shrank as he saw a glowing sphere. He blinked his eyes in disbelief. When he looked forward again, he realized that this was not an illusion. That sphere was a sealed planet. It was the biggest secret of the star path. However, such a precious item was casually placed in a corner. It wasn't just one, but three. 3 sealed planets. His spiritual sense had already perceived that Mother Qian was only in the heaven realm. He believed that these were sent by the Jiatu family for her to break through, but she didn't use them. Looking away, Zi Chen sat down and no longer looked around. He couldn't guarantee that he would see something that would make him lose his composure in the next moment. Yi Qian sat next to Zi Chen with a smile. Zi Chen, on the other hand, was a little nervous. Such a scene seemed to be the first time a boyfriend and girlfriend met the parents. Mother Qian personally poured tea for Zi Chen, which made Zi Chen very flattered. The tea was very ordinary, and it was very different from the tea arranged by the Jiatu family head. It was also very incompatible with the layout of this place. However, it was very sweet and warm, making Zi Chen very reluctant to part with it. Mother Qian was very enthusiastic, which made Zi Chen a little reluctant to ask to leave now. Moreover, it was supposed to be a meeting between mother and daughter, and there was a lot to talk about. However, Mother Qian left her daughter aside and chatted with Zi Chen nonstop. Of course, the thing that was mentioned the most during this period was the rescue in the Zhan Wu continent. When that matter was mentioned again, Zi Chen still had lingering fears. Although he didn't intend to enter the Saint Realm with Yi Qian in that way, and purely saved her as a friend, he was still a little scared when he thought about it, because Qi Wei, who was prepared to use force, had now become a wanted criminal in the Star Road. The Jiatu family had issued a search warrant to capture Qi Wei. As for Qi Wei's family in this world, they had long disappeared. This was what Jiatu Huangtu quietly told Zi Chen. During this period, there was also a layer of advice which Zi Chen could hear. If he had really used that method to enter the Saint Realm, perhaps the Zhan Wu continent and the Tianwu continent would no longer exist. Zi Chen, you've worked hard along the way. Take a rest first. Auntie will cook some good dishes for you. Qian's mother looked at Zi Chen and said with a satisfied expression, "Mother, why do you keep talking to Zi Chen and not to me? Don't you think I've worked hard? Am I not your daughter? Or is Zi Chen your son?" Yi Qian acted like a spoiled child. "You little girl." Qian's mother smiled and tapped Yi Qian's forehead. Then she looked at Zi Chen and said, "It would be nice to have such a son." Zi Chen grinned foolishly and didn't say anything. Qian's mother went to work, and the two people in the living room fell into a rare silence. Zi Chen felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Ever since I became a goddess, my mother has been living a very hard life. She almost doesn't know anyone, and everyone in her family has left this world. I used to often mention you in front of my mother. She knows that you saved me and is very grateful to you." Ichen sighed and said softly. Zichen nodded and said, "I think Auntie is a very good person." Zichen saw the plight of this place at first glance. He saw Ichen's mother's loneliness. Because of the marriage alliance with Ichen's adoptive father, she couldn't go to the Shen clan. Or rather, she didn't want to go to the Shen clan. But if she stayed here, these ruins would remind her of her prosperous family and the lives that had fallen. She would spend the rest of her life in solitude and suffering. In the kitchen, Qian Qian's mother was still busy. In the living room, Yiqian asked, "When are you going to leave?" "Those saints haven't invaded yet, right?" "I'll leave in a few days," Zichen said after thinking for a while. Yiqian looked at Zichen gratefully. Zichen ate the rest of the meal very comfortably and warmly. The slightly awkward thing was that Qian Qian's mother kept putting food in Zichen's bowl and smiled as she watched Zichen eat. Ruth requests an audience with the goddess and mistress. A voice suddenly came into the living room. "Ruth? Why is he here?" Yiqian frowned. "Go and have a look. He used to treat you well," Qian Qian's mother said. "He treats me well because he wants to be a matchmaker for his son," Yiqian said with dissatisfaction. But she still got up and walked out of the living room. Zichen got up and was about to follow her. Yiqian said, "You don't." However, before she could finish her words, Zichen's aura changed. It first became sacred, then changed again. A unique and arrogant aura spread out. It was the unique arrogance of a harmonious spirit master. With this identity, he could walk unhindered in the star path. Yiqian looked at Zichen, who had become a harmonious spirit master, and was shocked. Qian Qian's mother had once traveled the star path and saw a harmonious spirit master from afar. So, this aura was still fresh in her memory. At this moment, she was also shocked. "Is this real? It can't be any more real," Zichen said with a smile. The two walked out of the living room. Lu Si was standing thousands of miles away. As the only saint in this world, he didn't dare to step into this area without permission. Just now, my men reported that they saw the light of the teleportation formation. Lu Si thought that the goddess should have returned. So I came to pay my respects. Lu Si came and saluted again. Yiqian waved her hand, slightly impatiently. Lu Si raised his head and looked at Zichen and asked doubtfully, "I don't know who this is." "A harmonious spirit master I met on the star path. His name is Qinzi," Zichen said first. Listening to the goddess' casual tone and the unique aura that was naturally released from Zichen's body, Lu Si's expression changed. He saluted again and said, "I didn't know it was a harmonious spirit master who came." Lu Si greets my lord. As a saint, he naturally knew the significance of a harmonious spirit master. Looking at the endless star field, this kind of existence was a real big shot, second only to the god race. "Lu Si, why are you looking for me?" Yiqian asked. Lu Si hesitated for a bit and then said, "This time, we are preparing to enter the Zhan Wu continent. The opening of the passage is almost finished. I wonder if the goddess is interested in going to take a look." "What's there to see?" Yiqian was about to refuse, but she quickly changed her mind and said, "Is it a saint-level passage?" "Yes. I haven't been to the Zhan Wu continent for a long time. It's a good time to take a look," Yiqian said. 2 days later, I will come to pay my respects to the goddess. After saluting Yiqian and Zichen, Lu Si left. When they returned to the living room, Yiqian said, "This group of people is actually monitoring this place. It seems their main purpose is to find you." Since they were monitoring this place, they knew that when Yiqian came, she brought an existence from the life star. This was Lu Si's purpose in coming here. However, after Zichen showed the aura of a harmonious spirit master, Lu Si was sure that it was a misunderstanding. As for what he said before, it was just an excuse. With the aura of a harmonious spirit master, Zi-Chun wasn't worried that his identity would be exposed. No one would suspect that a harmonious spirit master was from the Life Star. He was curious about the so-called passage. That was why he sent a message to Yi Qian, asking her to change her mind. 2 days passed quickly. Lu Si came again, sending a message from 10,000 miles away. They were about to leave. Mother Qian hugged Yi Qian, looking reluctant to part with her. Zi-Chen, who was standing next to her, said, "Auntie, don't worry. I'm just going to take a look. I'll be back soon. I see that Auntie is raising some plants. We have some strange flowers and plants in our place. When I have time, I'll bring them back." Mother Qian let go of Yi Qian and looked at Zi-Chen with satisfaction. "It's rare for you to be so considerate. It's your first time coming here. Auntie doesn't have anything good to give you. I just have some small things for you. I hope they will be useful to you." While talking, Mother Qian walked to an inconspicuous corner of the living room. She picked up the 3 sealed planets and walked towards Zi-Chen, stuffing them into his hand. Zi-Chen was shaken inwardly, but his face didn't change. He smiled and refused. "Auntie, you're too polite. I've already disturbed you by coming here. How could I dare to take Auntie's things? These small things can be used as decorations at home. I don't have a fixed residence, so I don't have a place to put them. Kid, don't decline. Just take them." "Auntie, I have no use for these decorations." Yi Qian stood aside, smiling at the 2 of them talking in riddles. Her eyes gradually became blurry. Chapter 2249. Qian Mu's mother had lived a tough life. It could be seen from her situation. Yi Qian's father hadn't shown up for so many years. It wasn't just because he was busy. Perhaps they had just met once that year. He didn't pay much attention to this encounter until Yi Qian's divine bloodline was found. Yi Qian had become a goddess, but her mother hadn't gone to the celestial race, nor had she seen that person. It was as if she was imprisoned, living in this place. If there weren't any major accidents, she would probably spend the rest of her life in solitude and self-blame. Her life was tough. Her only hope was that Yi Qian could live a good life. These 3 planets weren't just a simple gift. They were more like a trust. Thus, Zi-Chen was determined not to accept them. He couldn't bear this responsibility. He couldn't guarantee that he could bring happiness to Yi Qian. Of course, he couldn't guarantee that he would still be alive after accepting these 3 planets. Yi Qian pulled Zi-Chen away. Qian Mu's mother watched them leave. Her bright eyes dimmed down one more time, until the 2 of them disappeared completely. She turned around to look at the lonely plants. She began to trim them carefully. She was so focused, as if the plants had become her everything. Only this way could she forget everything that had happened. The 2 of them weren't in a good mood. The atmosphere was heavy. Ruth followed them, not even daring to breathe. He was the saint that people respected. He was the only saint in this world, the strongest expert. However, in front of these 2, he was nothing. Apparently, the 2 of them weren't interested in talking. Thus, Ruth didn't even dare to inquire about Zi-Chen's background. He could only follow them silently. The one who had reported to them last time was gone. Where is that place? Zi-Chen broke the silent atmosphere. "In this world," answered Ruth respectfully. "I heard that you've invaded this life star for a long time. Why haven't you opened a passage yet?" asked Zi-Chen casually. Speaking of this, Ruth couldn't help but sigh. "Sir, you don't know. Those fellows on the Life Star are too cunning. In fact, we had opened the Saint Passage dozens of years ago. Unfortunately, they ambushed us. We lost more than 10 saints, including a Saint King." "There's such a thing?" Zi-Chen was very surprised when he heard this. Even Yi Qian slightly tilted her head. She was also not clear about this matter. That time, the losses were extremely heavy. Those guys cheated and changed the rules of the Heavenly Tao, causing us to mistakenly think that we had avoided the Heavenly Tao and opened the passage. As a result, we suffered heavy losses. After that, they used some unknown method to change the rules of the heavenly Tao, making it impossible for us to find a breakthrough. Over the years, we have tried to find many places, but we have been unable to break through the world barrier of the Zhan Wu continent. However, in recent years, we have found a loophole here and are trying to open it. Under Ruth's lead, the three of them came to a special space in this world. Ruth pointed at the space vortex in front of them and said proudly, "This loophole was left behind when our people retreated many years ago. Using this loophole, we can enter the Zhan Wu continent." Before the two of them entered the passage, Zichen heard someone cursing and swearing from inside. Then, a saint stormed out with an angry face. "Those damn bastards! They used the rules of the heavenly Tao to find a clue here. The previous loophole is disappearing." The saint who walked out spoke rudely. As soon as he lifted his head, he saw Zichen's group. After seeing Yiqian, his face suddenly changed. He then respectfully bowed and said, "Nellie greets the goddess." The fact that Yiqian was the goddess had spread out in this endless starry sky. Just like how Yiqian had a unique innate talent to become a saint, everyone knew that it came from her god clan bloodline. "Nellie, what's going on?" asked Ruth. "Those damn bastards are playing tricks again. I guess this passage can't be opened for the time being." Nellie said in frustration, "Is that so? Let me have a look." Zichen said faintly, "You are." Nellie looked at Zichen with a puzzled expression. "This is a harmonious spirit master from the star path. He's with the goddess." Ruth quickly introduced. Nellie was taken aback and quickly bowed. It was his first time seeing a harmonious spirit master. This kind of existence was a real big shot on the star path. "Take me in and have a look." Zichen said faintly, "Yes, sir. Please follow me." Nellie turned sideways and politely motioned Zichen to go forward. Zichen and Yiqian walked into the spatial whirlpool at the same time. There was an even larger space inside, and there were 5 saints inside. They were sitting cross-legged outside a black hole, and from time to time, waves of energy would surge out from the black hole. "Get out of the way. The goddess and the harmonious spirit master are here." Nellie shouted at the 5 saints and waved his hand, indicating them to quickly move aside. The 5 saints stood up and respectfully bowed to the 2 of them before moving aside. Yiqian came to the edge of the black hole and looked down. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Zichen retracted his gaze from the black hole and said in a deep voice, "There is indeed a very obscure fluctuation that is dissipating. If we can't open this place in half a month, then it will be impossible to open it again." These saints looked at each other. They weren't as sensitive as Zichen. Nellie asked cautiously, "Half a month is too short. We can't open it at all. Sir, do you have a way?" Zichen's gaze swept across these saints. The disdain in his eyes flashed and disappeared. He said indifferently, "Even if there is a way, you people can't open this place." The saints' faces immediately fell. As for the disdainful look from the harmonious spirit master, it was easy to ignore. Zichen changed the topic and said, "However, with the help of a saint king, we can open the passage in 3 days." 3 days. The saints' expressions all changed, but they didn't show too much difficulty. It could be seen that inviting a saint king wasn't a very difficult thing to do. A saint king came last time, but he didn't know how to open the space barrier. Nellie looked at Zichen with some difficulty. Zichen slightly frowned and said after a while, "How about this? Call that saint king over. I'll teach him how to open the barrier." Nellie, Ruth, and the other saints looked at each other and nodded. There was a trace of surprise in their eyes. They signaled Zichen and Yiqian to rest in the temporary camp. Ruth then went to find the Saint King. "You really have a way?" In this temporary camp, there were only 2 people. Yiqian asked curiously. Zichen nodded, revealing a smile on his face. Yiqian read the real meaning in Zichen's smile, and her face revealed a playful smile. Yiqian didn't know these people, so she didn't care about their lives. Relatively speaking, Zichen was her friend. Of course, she would stand on his side. What are you going to do? Ichien asked quietly. I don't need to do anything. I just need to open the passage. Many years ago, if the existence of the Life Star could use some means to kill a Saint King and some saints, it could be done this time as well. Indeed, Zichen didn't need to do anything. 3 days later, the Saint King came. This was a Saint King whose body shone with a metallic luster. He had intentionally concealed his aura, but it still made the saints nearby feel a powerful sense of oppression. As soon as Zichen saw the other party, he knew that this Saint King was much stronger than the one he had met on the star path. Bei Qi greets the goddess and harmonious spirit master. This Saint King apparently knew about the two from Nellie. He respectfully bowed to Ichien and politely greeted Zichen. Only the goddess could make a Saint King bow his head. Even a harmonious spirit master couldn't. Zichen naturally couldn't be as indifferent as Ichien. He nodded and smiled at the Saint King. Chanzi, I heard from Nellie that you have a way to break this barrier. Bei Qi looked at Zichen and asked. I have a way, but I can't guarantee it, Zichen said politely. As long as you have a way, then I'll have to trouble you. This was the first time they met, so they spoke politely. A Saint King didn't have the right to be arrogant in front of a harmonious spirit master. Of course, a harmonious spirit master who could walk unhindered in the Star Road also needed to treat a Saint King seriously. Without too much politeness, the two came to the black hole. Bei Qi looked down at the passage and said, Can you still sense the hole? Why can't I sense it? The other saints shook their heads, indicating that they couldn't sense it. You can sense it by using some special laws. Zichen smiled faintly. He raised his hand and sent out a ray of energy. It was a unique energy, law of a harmonious spirit master. As this law entered the black hole, the hole in the laws of the Zhanwu continent was magnified many times. These saints also sensed it, and their faces showed obvious surprise. After clearly sensing the hole in the laws, the Saint King smiled sinisterly and said coldly, Zhanwu continent, your doomsday has come. Bei Qi turned to look at Zichen and asked politely, I will fully cooperate with you. How long will it take? 3 days. Zichen extended 3 fingers. Good. Let me represent all the tribes in the universe to thank Lord Harmonious Spirit Master. After we set foot on that land, we will definitely bring some small toys for Lord. This time, Bei Qi's words clearly carried a touch of respect. If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid you will have to wait for another 100 years. You guys are in such a hurry. Could it be that the Lightning God Palace has already appeared? Zichen asked doubtfully. To saints, the Lightning God Palace on the Life Star wasn't a secret. That's not important. Saint King Bei Qi's eyes turned cold, revealing a resentful look. He said, What's important is that as long as we can reach there and kill, it's enough. Chapter 2250. There was a deep enmity between Bei Qi and the Zhanwu continent. This enmity stemmed from the death of the previous Saint King, who was his sworn brother. Originally, he was the one who led the last invasion, but in the end, the leader was changed at the last minute. Feeling the murderous intent surging around the Saint King, Zichen just smiled and didn't say anything. Then the other saints dispersed. Zichen and Bei Qi stood beside the black hole. Zichen, who was about to raise his hand and release energy, suddenly asked, Are you sure only these people will go in? Bei Qi was startled. What do you mean? After this passage is opened, it will be very unstable at the beginning. We need some people to go in first and hold on for a while. Zichen pointed at the black hole and said, How long will it take? Bei Qi asked. He naturally understood the meaning of Zichen's words. Once they entered the Zhanwu continent, the saints there would be able to sense it and would rush over immediately. At that time, a battle would be inevitable. I can't guarantee that I will go with you, but I won't participate in the battle. After the passage is completely stabilized, I will leave. Zichen said decisively. Call the vanguard team over first. Bei Qi said without hesitation. In order to invade the Zhan Wu continent, these forces had already made preparations. 2 days later, the vanguard team arrived first. Not counting the original saints, there were a total of 13 saints, and there was no Saint King among them. Although the number of these saints was not much compared to the star path, they came from more than 10 huge planets. These worlds were just a little smaller than the Zhan Wu continent, but much bigger than the planets in the star path. They were real planets, worlds that could give birth to life and heaven-defying experts. Under normal circumstances, there would be a heaven-defying expert and a saint in a world. Everyone had arrived, and the follow-up troops would arrive at any time. Zichen's process of opening the space barrier was also coming to an end. In these 2 days, Zichen kept injecting the harmonious spirit master's law energy, making the hole bigger and clearer, while the Saint King forcibly bombarded the black hole with the Saint King's law energy. This process seemed to be strenuous for both sides, but in fact, only the Saint Kings were having a hard time. As for Zichen, he only needed to add a little bit of energy from the life star to deceive the others while he was transferring the energy to them. In the eyes of outsiders, this loophole was getting bigger and bigger, but in Zichen's eyes, this was a passage that fell from the sky, allowing these saints to reach the Zhan Wu continent. 2 days had passed, and Zichen saw that most of the people had arrived. If there were more, he was afraid that he would be exposed. Following his shout, more energy was injected into the hole, and the hole became bigger and bigger. Finally, it became a passage that connected the 2 worlds. The moment they saw the passage open, the faces of these people were filled with pleasant surprise. However, looking at this passageway, these people were troubled again. The passageway was opened, but who should be the first to go down? Did he really avoid the rules of the heavenly Tao? Ever since the killing of the foreign race saints, the saints of the Zhan Wu continent had been silent. Only Saint Yin Zhong was commanding the battle, while the other saints had all disappeared. In this seemingly peaceful void, there was actually some kind of danger. Those saints who were in hiding would appear from time to solve the potential danger. For example, this time, because of a careless mistake, the foreign race saints almost broke through the passage between the 2 worlds, causing the saints to arrive early. For this reason, almost all the saints appeared and worked together to stop the spread of the loss of self-control. However, after stopping all of this, the saints found it strange that there was a foreign race's power extending towards them. This kind of extension came without any skill and was very rude. Feeling the energy fluctuation from somewhere in the void, the Thunder Saint Beast in human form frowned and said, "What are these guys doing?" Beside him, the Azure Dragon, Saint shook his head, and the others also looked very puzzled. No one knew what the foreign race was doing, and they couldn't guess or see through it. If the foreign race saints wanted to invade alive, the only way to succeed was to avoid the rules of the heavenly Tao and break through a stable passage to enter smoothly. If they came in this way, the heavenly Tao wouldn't kill them, and they would be qualified to fight with the saints of the Zhan Wu continent. However, if they couldn't avoid the rules of the heavenly Tao, there was only one result for these people to enter, and that was to be killed by the heavenly Tao. Last time, they tricked those saints into thinking that they had avoided the rules of the heavenly Tao, and more than a dozen saints were killed. What about this time? However, these saints were using sneaky methods to carry out what should have been an open and above-board business. It was obvious that they couldn't avoid the heavenly Tao, but they still wanted to open a passage. This was an act of self-deception. All the saints present didn't understand these foreign races' actions. Could it be that they just want to open a passage and take a look at our world? Saint Xuanwu couldn't help but ask. The others shook their heads, indicating that it was impossible. Opening such a passage would take a lot of energy. Who would be so bored? Or rather, they want to talk to us. This possibility was even lower. They were already enemies, so what was there to talk about? Could it be a threat? Both sides were saints, and they would fight to the death. There was no need for such a threat. In short, they couldn't figure it out, so they didn't think or guess. Since they're playing dumb, we'll just pretend that we didn't see anything, St. Qinglong finally said. Thus, these saints hid in the dark, watching the passage that was about to be opened. As a powerful ripple of energy surged out, the tunnel was forcefully torn open. Sensing the devastating storm of energy, the expressions of the saints in the dark changed slightly. Clearly, they had not expected a saint ruler to be the one to break open the tunnel. However, so what if it was a saint king? Under the control of the heavenly Tao, he would still die. After the passageway was formed, it paused for a moment before a glowing figure appeared from within. When the glowing figure appeared, it was accompanied by an undisguised voice. This passageway is very unstable. We must be fast. While they haven't arrived yet, we must quickly guard the surroundings. Hearing this familiar voice, the saints who were hiding in the dark were stunned. They were all too familiar with the owner of this voice. Before the other party became strong, or rather, when he was facing those heaven-defying experts, many of them were secretly protecting him. It seemed that the other party was fighting alone and had faced danger several times. But in fact, there were saints behind him. Unfortunately, the other party didn't know. While they were stunned, that figure had completely appeared. Who else could it be if it wasn't Ziqin? Seeing Ziqin himself, the saint's expressions changed again. This was because Ziqin didn't appear as a life star, but as a foreign race. To be precise, there were two foreign races on his body. One was very sacred, and the other was the aura of a harmonious spirit master. If it was someone who didn't know Ziqin, they would definitely think that this was a guy who looked like Ziqin and not Ziqin himself. However, they were different. They were people who knew Ziqin very well, although they didn't know where Ziqin's harmonious spirit master aura came from. They knew where Ziqin's sacred aura came from. For a moment, there were still a few saints who weren't sure. They all looked at the white-robed woman beside them. The latter nodded silently. She was sure that this was Ziqin. She was Ling Shuang, and Ziqin's sacred aura came from her. What does this little guy mean? The black tortoise saint asked, puzzled. At this moment, Ziqin had already appeared. He continuously raised his hand and sent out waves of energy. Those waves of energy were stabilizing the passage. The lightning sacred beast saw Ziqin in front of him, who was pretending with a straight face, and chuckled. Can't you see? This little guy is tricking people. He's using his foreign race identity to trick people. Sure enough, as the lightning sacred beast's voice fell, many light figures appeared from the passage. These light figures were all saints. However, they also paused for a few breaths before appearing. Obviously, when it came to life and death, they didn't completely trust Ziqin. However, after seeing that Ziqin wasn't killed by the laws, they also appeared one after another. Nellie, Luce, and the Saint King all came to this world. Their aura also surged crazily around them. As for Yi Qian, she didn't come down. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but the other saints didn't want to. If something happened to her, it would be a huge matter that could collapse the sky. No one could bear the responsibility. The two families that disappeared because of Yi Qian were the best examples of this. All right, the situation is very clear. I don't know what method this little guy used to trick these idiots and sent them to us. Speaking of which, there are more than 10 saints and a Saint King. If we don't take them away, we'll be letting down this little guy's scheme. The lightning sacred beast looked forward and said, "First, a few people go out and cooperate. We'll go get the Battle King's sword. We'll accept this gift." The descending saints protected Ziqin in the center. Although it wouldn't be long before a large number of reinforcements arrived, they were still very nervous. On the other hand, the Saint King wasn't afraid at all. His aura surged around him. In the distance, the void distorted and one saint after another appeared. There was Saint Rosefinch, the Black Tortoise Saint, and several other saints. After they appeared, they were shocked to see so many foreign saints. Go to hell. But before they could show any other expressions, The Saint King roared uncooperatively and rushed forward. Of course, he didn't forget to turn back and say to Zi, "Lord Zi, I'll leave this to you. I'll kill these saints." Zi nodded solemnly and said seriously, "Don't worry. I'll fix the passage and let the rest of the troops come." The Saint King rushed forward, just like that. The Black Tortoise Saint and the others were shocked and ran away without hesitation. How could a saint fight a Saint King? The other foreign saints were nervous and excited. Just when they thought that everything was going to be good, they saw the Saint King suddenly turn back. His face was full of fear. Behind him, powerful saintly might surged, and a beam of sword light flew toward him at high speed. Chapter 2251. Damn it! Help me stop it! The Saint King quickly returned. His speed was nearly twice as fast as before. His face was gloomy and full of anger. Of course, there was also unconcealable fear. Seeing the sword light behind the Saint King and feeling the surging saint aura, the other saints were dumbfounded. Even a Saint King like you couldn't stop the saint weapon. How could we? Subconsciously, they wanted to turn around and rush back to the passage, preparing to return to the alien starry sky. Saint weapon. Damn it. They used a saint weapon. Zi also exclaimed. His voice was loud enough to pass through the passage to the other world. Damn it. Don't run. Stop the saint weapon. I'll be back soon. Don't retreat. The space is very unstable now. You'll cause the passage to collapse. Don't push. If you want to retreat, retreat one by one. Damn it. The passage is unstable. Come out. In the other world, Yi Qian and the other saints heard the voice coming from the passage. They saw the passage distorting crazily and becoming very unstable. Then it completely collapsed. Zi Chen's last words also disappeared along with the passage's collapse. Looking at the collapsing passage, Yi Qian's expectant expression froze. She turned to look at the saints beside her, feeling the sudden chill in the space. The saints' foreheads were full of cold sweat. They quickly knelt down. Through Zi Chen's voice, they could roughly guess what happened. They probably saw the saints of the Zhanmu continent use a saint weapon. They were frightened and prepared to escape, causing the space to become unstable and then completely collapse. The passage had disappeared and would never open again. They didn't care about the life and death of these saints. That harmonious spirit master was the goddess friend. They didn't care, but the goddess cared a lot. So this is the vanguard that you've already prepared. Yi Qian looked at the saints who were kneeling motionlessly. Her words became very cold. The saints fell silent again. They didn't know how to explain. Moreover, the goddess was obviously really angry. No one wanted to draw fire to themselves at this moment. Yi Qian knew very well what was going on. She just put on an act and left directly. Zi Chen had purposely said those words so that Yi Qian would not be isolated. However, he never expected that the lucky saints who didn't enter would give him such a big surprise. After the goddess left, these overly frightened saints glanced at each other, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. Then they made the same move as the Jiatu family. Back at the Zhanmu continent, Zi Chen cried out in alarm, but he was the first to panic. Before these saints could enter the passage became unstable. Furthermore, Zi Chen was even more flustered, causing these saints to be unable to escape. In such a critical moment where their lives could be lost at any moment, the saints didn't care about Zi Chen's identity as a harmonious spirit master. Some of the saints were ready to curse at him. It's fine if they ran away, but the key point was that they didn't run away. Instead, it was you who panicked. Damn it, a dignified, harmonious spirit master has such a psychological quality. However, before they could curse, the passageway above their heads closed, and the two saints who had rushed in first were squeezed out. Then their curses could be heard, but they could not be transmitted to the other world, and could only echo in the surroundings. Zi Chen began to retreat, deliberately distancing himself from the crowd. He saw the long sword that exuded a terrifying saint aura flying towards him. The long sword's speed was so fast that it was impossible to dodge. Suppressing its chi, it caught up with the fleeing Saint King. Buzz! Energy surged around the Saint King's body. His robe began to flutter, and his expression became ferocious. In the face of such a situation, he naturally had to fight. The long sword stopped in front of the Saint King for a moment. The Saint King's face immediately showed a hint of surprise, thinking that he could block this attack. Buzz! After a pause, an even stronger force came from the Saint King's face. The surprise on the Saint King's face instantly turned into horror. The Saint King's defense was broken, his body was cut open, and his soul was destroyed. Then, it flew towards the other saints in the distance. A Saint King couldn't block the attack of a saint weapon and was instantly destroyed. There was only one explanation for such a situation. The one who activated the saint weapon was either a great saint or the heavenly Tao's law. The former was obviously impossible because the great saints of the past were either dead or injured. They hadn't appeared in this world yet. Obviously, this situation belonged to the latter. They came through a blocked passage. The heavenly Tao's law shouldn't be able to kill them. For a moment, the thought of being cheated flashed through the minds of these saints. Once again, they were cheated. But who was the one who cheated them? They couldn't believe that they were cheated by a harmonious spirit master because it was meaningless. However, they still turned their heads to look at Zichen. Zichen was still retreating with an expressionless face. He still had the aura of a harmonious spirit master, which made these saints unable to see through him. The arrival of the saint sword under the influence of the heavenly Tao's law didn't allow these saints to guess the reason for this massacre. Zichen looked at the saint sword indifferently from afar. Wherever the saint sword passed, the saints' bodies were split apart and their souls were destroyed. It was a very simple extermination, a very easy extermination. The saint sword's light flashed as the saints died one after another. Zichen saw it clearly from afar. He couldn't hide the shock on his face. The saint weapon was indeed a saint weapon. It was really strong. The battle ended quickly. The saint's sword turned into a ray of light and disappeared. It didn't come to Zichen. Then, a ray of light flew over from afar. It was the Thunder Saint Beast. Zichen revealed a smile on his face and went forward to greet this senior. Unexpectedly, the latter actually paid no attention to Zichen, and it flashed towards the corpses of the saints instead. It swiftly put away all the corpses, and it didn't even spare the saint blood. During this period of time, it glanced occasionally at Zichen, and its expression was filled with vigilance. He wasn't vigilant of Zichen's identity, but he was vigilant that Zichen would snatch these resources from him. Seeing this scene, Zichen's good mood instantly turned bad. He stood there in a daze, not knowing what to say. He couldn't possibly say, "Senior, please slow down. I won't snatch it from you." Fortunately, this awkwardness didn't last for long. More saints appeared. There were Saint Rosefinch, Saint Azure Dragon, Fairy Ling Shuang, and some other saints that Zichen didn't know. Their performance was clearly much better than the Thunder Saint Beast. Although they would occasionally look at the resources, most of their attention was still on Zichen. "Not bad. You've actually become a saint." Saint Rosefinch looked at Zichen and smiled. Zichen greets all the seniors. Zichen's aura changed as he cupped his fists and bowed to the senior saints. The Azure Dragon Saint nodded and said with satisfaction, "You've broken through in just a few decades. This speed is completely beyond our expectations. Not bad, not bad. What's even better is that you've given us a big gift as soon as you return." Zichen could only smile at the Azure Dragon Saint's praise. His original intention was to kill them, not to give them a gift. Who would have thought that these senior great saints would be like perverts seeing beauties when they saw the resources that they should have looked down on? Fairy Ling Shuang didn't tease Zichen. She just nodded at Zichen. "Not bad, little guy. You've become a saint so quickly. Seems like you've encountered a great opportunity on the Star Road. Tell me, the Thunder Saint Beast said to Zichen after cleaning up the entire battlefield. Not even a drop of blood could be seen. I've met the lightning ancestor, Zichen said. Nonsense. I'm right here, the Thunder Saint Beast said. I've met the real lightning ancestor, your master. He asked me to greet you. Ah, the Thunder Saint Beast's expression froze. Even the Azure Dragon Saint and the others were stunned. The lightning ancestor was a true senior figure. His battle strength was unprecedented. It was said that he was the strongest person in the history of the entire Life Star. You've really met my master? Did he help you become a saint? Where is he now? He didn't come back with you. The Thunder Saint Beast's previously indifferent expression became somewhat agitated. He left, Zichen said. Where did he go? The Thunder Saint Beast asked. He seems to have died. However, he said that death is rebirth. If fate allows, we can meet again. Bullshit. You little bastard, you're talking nonsense. Dying means dying. What else can we meet? The Thunder Saint Beast thought that Zichen was joking with him and said unhappily. Zichen spread his hands and said helplessly, it's true. Moreover, the lightning ancestor wasn't the only one who said that. The star ancestor, the moon ancestor, and the Yaozu all said the same thing. You. The Thunder Saint Beast was so angry that his body trembled. All right, this isn't the place to talk. Zichen, welcome back. Let's leave this place first, the Azure Dragon Saint said. Zichen nodded. The group of saints walked out of this space. This was a unique space. Strictly speaking, only after walking out of here could they be considered to have stepped onto the Zhan Wu continent. The group of saints walked out of this space, one after another. When Zichen stepped out of this space and stood in the sky above the Zhan Wu continent, the aura around him suddenly trembled uncontrollably. Buzz. His body trembled with energy, and the aura of a saint spread out. The majesty of a saint surged without warning. The aura of a saint spread out between heaven and earth, and the gold and silver light around him constantly shone. The elders all turned around and looked at Zichen in surprise. They didn't understand what he was doing. Was he announcing to the world that he had returned? But soon they realized that they had misunderstood Zichen because Zichen's face was blank. He didn't know what had happened and looked at them for help. They were even more confused. With Zichen as the center, a golden ripple spread out in all directions. The ripple spread out, causing heaven and earth to shake. The heavenly Tao law suddenly appeared and merged with the ripple, spreading toward the Zhan Wu continent in an indelible way. Heaven and earth changed. Chapter 2252. The ripples fused with the heavenly Tao and spread out, causing the world to change. On the continent under Zichen's feet, all the creatures raised their heads to look at the sky. That golden ripple of light was like an expanding circle, spreading out into the distance. Then the second continent, the third continent, until the entire Zhan Wu continent. All the creatures saw this golden ripple of light with the aura of the heavenly Tao. This golden ripple quickly swept across the Zhan Wu continent, but it didn't disappear. Instead, it reached the void and continued to spread, covering the entire Life Star. In the distant Zhan Wu continent, the creatures here also saw this ripple of light. After this ripple of light passed by, their senses became sharper, as if their souls had been upgraded. They also had a clearer perception of the heavenly Tao. When the golden ripple swept across the Life Star, shadows appeared out of nowhere in the void. Their line of sight followed the movement of the golden ripple. When the golden ripple completely disappeared, a hoarse voice resounded. The heaven-defying one has become a saint. He has returned to the Life Star and caused the heavenly Tao to change. A new era is coming. The other shadows were silent. One couldn't tell whether they were happy or angry from their faces. Then they disappeared into the void. The change happened so suddenly that the saints couldn't react. They looked at Zichen blankly. The heavenly Tao's rules changed at this moment. This change was like a promotion. making the Heavenly Tao's rules more complete and stronger. If a saint of a foreign race were to invade, the Heavenly Tao's rules would automatically search for the enemy and kill them. Under this change, all the cultivators on the Zhanwu continent and even the entire Life Star had a deeper understanding. It was like the Heavenly Tao was taking pity on them, giving them the possibility to advance further. As for the foreign invaders, after this change, they felt a kind of restriction and suppression from the Heavenly Tao. Their auras became incompatible with this world, and they were strongly repelled. Their battle prowess was reduced by 10%. At this moment, the existences standing next to Zichen were all saints. Moreover, they weren't ordinary saints. In their glory days, they were almost all great saints. Although for some reason his realm had yet to recover to its peak, his knowledge and experience were still there. After a brief moment of confusion, they sensed the change in the world at this moment. Their eyes were filled with shock. To be able to shock them, this was clearly a very impressive matter. They looked at each other in shock and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Soon, this shock turned into ecstasy. This is truly timely rain. The Azure Dragon Saint, or Great Sage Azure Dragon, raised his head to look at the sky and sighed. That's right, this is timely rain. The other saints nodded, their faces full of surprise. Only Zichen was still at a loss, but he could tell from the saint's expressions that this was not a bad thing. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since we last saw such a scene? Seeing it all of a sudden, we couldn't even react in time, the lightning Saint Beast exclaimed. The other saints started to laugh. Their laughter was loud and clear, spreading along with the Heavenly Tao. The heaven-defying saint from the Life Star had the fate of the entire Life Star. Every step he took had a special meaning to the Life Star. When he became a saint, the Heavenly Tao on the entire Life Star became clearer. Those who were stuck at the pseudo-heaven realm all broke through to the heaven realm. After that, the heaven realm, which was once unreachable, appeared like bamboo shoots after the rain. It was to the point where they could be seen everywhere. Today, Zichen had returned as a saint. The Heavenly Tao and Zichen had become one. After sensing Zichen's realm, the Heavenly Tao leveled up again. This time, the realm that people didn't even dare to dream of would slowly open a mysterious door to the world. Saints would no longer be legends in the future. This was the Life Star, the place that would create miracles. This world leveled up again, and the door to the saint realm opened to everyone in the world. In the endless starry sky, the saint realm was predetermined. According to the level of the world, the number of saints would be fixed. Besides, if people wanted to enter the saint realm, they had to rely on the opportunities on the star passages. At this moment, most of the cultivators on the Life Star didn't need to rely on the opportunities on the star passages. As long as they had enough understanding, they could enter the saint realm. There was no limit to the number of cultivators. It was the unique advantage of the Life Star. It was also the reason why the alien tribes couldn't destroy the Life Star even though they had attacked it again and again. A new era had arrived because of Zichen's return. The battle on the 9th mainland was still ongoing. Huping City had become the symbol of this area. The strong existences there had given the alien tribes an unerasable blow. Kill! On the battlefield, Fortune Teller was soaked in blood. While he was fighting, he was also commanding the others. A thick book floated above his head. The book emitted a strong light, and as the pages opened, rays of light appeared from within. After the silhouettes landed, they turned into experts. There were human experts, and there were also beast experts. From time to time, true dragons would fly out one after another. Among them, the most eye-catching one was a figure whose entire body was emitting golden light. No one could see his face, but he was very powerful. The battle against the alien tribes was a life-and-death struggle. Thus, Fortune Teller was also taking action. More than 10 Heaven Realm experts of the alien tribes glided over the crowd, attacking Fortune Teller. They were all experts, and the 2 leaders were the heaven-defying warriors. They had just arrived here not long ago. After they had a certain understanding of fortune teller, they led their men to kill him. Danger! Lifting his eyelids slightly, fortune teller's figure retreated. At the same time, the experts from Huping City arrived one after another. So what if you're a heaven-defying warrior? Wu Xia, who had 3 eyes, flew over from afar with a blood-red saber. Blood dripped from the tip of the saber. Wherever he passed, the saber flashed, and the experts of the alien tribes fell down and died. Wu Xia stopped one of the heaven-defying warriors. Fortune teller continued to retreat. His combat power was relatively weak. His strongest skill was the book above his head and the fortune art that could calculate everything. Long Fei followed and stopped the second heaven-defying warrior. Without the heaven-defying warriors, the other alien tribes were nothing to fortune teller. However, at this moment he saw a hint of mockery on the face of that heaven-defying being. Before he could count with his fingers, he felt a sense of danger behind him. He dodged sideways, and at the same time, a light of energy descended from the sky. Bang! The descending beam of energy was shattered. Fortune teller was hit. He flew backward and started coughing up blood. Another heaven-defying warrior appeared where he had been standing. Not one, but 2. Heaven's fortune teller's figure flashed again, leaving behind a section of his sleeve. A deep wound appeared on his arm, so deep that the bone could be seen. What's going on? Heaven's fortune teller, who was constantly retreating, revealed a puzzled expression. His eyes flashed with the light of divination, but at this moment his successful divination seemed to be disturbed by some kind of aura. This caused his divination to slow down, so he wasn't able to sense the assassination attempt aimed at him. The 2 heaven-defying warriors continued to attack. The others came to help, but it was too late. Fortune teller, who was retreating, was about to die under the joint attack of the 2 heaven-defying warriors. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in heaven and earth. A golden ripple came from the horizon and extended to the other side of the sky. The ripple carried the aura of the heavenly path. It was very powerful, and it caused this ordinary but tragic battle to pause for a moment. All the cultivators, including the foreign races, looked up at the sky and watched the spreading ripple. After the ripple passed over their heads, all the native creatures of the Zhan Wu continent suddenly felt refreshed. It was as if they had swallowed a treasure pill. Their essence, qi, and spirit became very abundant. Even their injuries seemed to have improved a lot. As for the foreign race cultivators, their expressions changed drastically. They felt as if they were carrying a heavy weight on their backs. Their speed and the speed of energy circulation were suppressed. Fortune teller looked up at the sky and looked at the golden ripple. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. In his sea of consciousness, the door that he had tried many times but couldn't open, but at this moment a gap appeared. A strong ray of light passed through the gap and illuminated fortune teller's sea of consciousness. I am the fortune teller. I can calculate all things in the world and the heavenly path. He muttered to himself, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. The golden ripple in the distance made the 2 heaven-defying cultivators feel very uncomfortable. They felt the pressure from the spiritual world. After the ripple dissipated, the pressure didn't dissipate. Instead, it became even stronger. The source of the pressure was no longer the ripple. It came from fortune teller. Sensing the abnormality, the 2 heaven-defying cultivators rushed toward fortune teller without hesitation. They held the heaven-defying weapons in their hands and slashed at fortune teller. Fortune teller didn't dodge in the face of their attacks. The light in his eyes became more and more intense, and his expression became more and more excited. He lowered his head and looked at the 2 heaven-defying cultivators. His bright eyes were filled with ruthless light. Boom! Energy surged around his body. A majesty and aura unique to a saint emanated from fortune teller's body. This aura was very powerful and terrifying. It was the difference between heaven and saint. Where the aura shrouded, All the foreign races were afraid and looked at fortune teller in horror. Saint. Sensing this aura, the two heaven-defying cultivators' expressions changed drastically. The heaven-defying weapons in their hands actually trembled in the face of this aura. They trembled slightly, feeling fear. The aura surged like a physical attack. The two heaven-defying cultivators were sent flying. Fortune teller stood in the air. Saintly might surged around him. Today, the heavenly path had taken pity on him. The holy road had opened for him. Chapter 2253. Divine might surged around the fortune teller in the sky. The light was blinding, and his robes flapped in the wind. All around, the foreign race cultivators were shocked. They had never thought that the fortune teller would suddenly become a saint. The cultivators from Huping City were also shocked. In the distance, Shangguan Hong and some other leaders also looked at the fortune teller in shock. The fortune teller looked at the two heavenly deities who had been sent flying. His expression was indifferent, as if he was the heavenly path. Everything in the world, including the heavenly fate, is within my calculations, let alone you puny heavenly deities. He raised his finger slowly and pointed at the heavenly deity. Today you will die. Above his head, the book of destiny that had just disappeared reappeared, hovering in the air. As a page opened, the book of destiny shone with blinding light. A strong and oppressive aura appeared, sweeping through the sky. The heavenly deity, who was pointed at by the fortune teller, paled. He felt a strong pressure fall on him, as if he was carrying a heavy mountain. A beam of light fell from the open page, landing on the heavenly deity. Then the heavenly deity closed his eyes. His soul dissipated and he died. The defense around him did not show any signs of breaking, but he died strangely. Bang! His body fell and hit the ground. The defensive light barrier shattered, bringing with it a cloud of dust. The surroundings were completely silent. Everyone was shocked to the point of being speechless. Today you will die. The fortune teller pointed at the second heavenly deity. His cold words rang through the sky as if the heavenly path was shaking. The book of destiny flipped another page. A second beam of light fell on the heavenly deity. Another heavenly deity died. Today you will die. Today you will die. The book of destiny flipped 2 pages. Another 2 beams of light fell. The last 2 heavenly deities died. The fortune teller stood in the sky and pointed 4 times. 4 heavenly deities died. The surroundings were completely silent. This scene brought too much shock to the crowd. Under the mercy of the heavens, the fortune teller opened the door to the holy road. He was the first in the Zhanwu continent to do so, but he would not be the last. In the entire Zhanwu continent, some very special beings had seen the gate of the holy road immediately. Given some time, they would be able to enter the Saint Plain. The ripple of light arrived at the Sky Martial continent and swept past the world. LV Peng, who had just experienced a great battle, looked up at the rippling light and said in confusion, "What the hell is this?" His words did not receive a response from the person beside him. When he turned around, he happened to see Evil, Good Monk, putting his palms together and looking at the dissipating ripples of light as he chanted the name of Buddha. At this moment, the monk shone with a golden light and looked solemn. LV Peng was even more puzzled by the monk, who suddenly became serious. He thought to himself, "You're covered in blood, and there's a good quality, heavenly blade that you just snatched on your back. What kind of eminent monk are you?" But in the next moment, a powerful aura burst out from the monk's body. Under the contrast of this aura, he appeared even more sacred, solemn, and dignified, like a real senior monk. It was as if even the bloodstains on his body and the saber on his back had become sacred. LV Peng, who was confused, exclaimed in hindsight, "The aura of a saint. You've entered the Saint Plain." In the sacred golden light, the monk sitting cross-legged spoke. The aura of an eminent monk disappeared instantly. "Of course, I'm a true genius. I'm many times more talented than those heaven-defying cultivators. Today, I've been enlightened and enlightened. I'll become the number one in the sky martial continent and the only saint. Just as Tyrant's complacent words fell, a powerful fiendish aura surged out from another place. This aura surpassed the heaven plane and touched the edge of the saint plane. The roar shook the soul like a demon god. This aura came from the demon ape. The demon ape has also broken through. LV Peng was shocked. Wasn't it difficult to break through to the saint plane? Wasn't it impossible? Why did two appear at once? He was too shocked. Fortunately, he didn't care about the monks boasting. In the Wuji sect, as the ripples passed, two powerful auras also appeared. One of the auras was filled with an ethereal feeling, giving people a mysterious feeling. Naturally, it came from Su Mengyao. Her Dao technique was almost complete. There was also another qi that was filled with an explosive and destructive qi. It was as if there was a myriad of thunderbolts revolving around it. It was extremely terrifying. Thunderous rumbles unceasingly resounded, like the roars of dragons from the 9 heavens. This qi came from Lei Ling, Zi Chen's second disciple. On another battlefield, a loud and resonant dragon roar could be heard. An azure celestial dragon turned into a divine dragon and danced in the air. In the sky martial continent, there were also some special existences that opened the door to the Saint Road. As the ripples spread out, Zi Chen regained control of his body. He didn't feel any discomfort. He sensed the changes in the world, but he didn't understand what these changes meant. However, from the eyes of the older generation saints, he could see that these changes were good things. Other than excitement, they also looked at him with shock and admiration. Not bad. It's been many generations of heaven-defying cultivators who haven't reached this step. The Azure Dragon Saint looked at Zi Chen with admiration. "Senior, what's going on?" Zi Chen asked curiously. "Because of you, the Heavenly Ways rules have changed again. The cultivators here are no longer restricted by their cultivation level. If their potential is high enough, they can enter the Saint Plane. It's not like before, where they had to enter the star path. Now, we don't have to worry about foreign saints invading. After the Heavenly Ways rules have advanced, they won't be able to enter for 100 years. However, after 100 years, the Heavenly Ways rules won't restrict them anymore. They can enter and leave freely. There's a trade-off." Hearing this, Zi Chen's heart jumped. He said, "Doesn't that mean that we only have 100 years to prepare? After 100 years, the foreign saints will invade." Indeed, the Azure Dragon Saint nodded. 100 years sounded long, but in the eyes of people at their level, it was too short. Moreover, no one knew how many saints would appear on this life star in 100 years. Would they be able to resist the invasion of the foreign saints? The Azure Dragon Saint and the others had a special residence. This place was far away from the mortal world and the chaos of war. When they had a mission, they would go out to fix the loopholes in the rules. When they had nothing to do, they would stay here to heal their wounds. It had been dozens of years, but there was still no saint among them. Sitting on the stone bench, the other saints either sat or stood to the side, listening to Zi Chen's explanation of what he had seen and heard on the star path. After hearing this bizarre story and learning that the 4 great royal ancestors had all died, they sighed endlessly. They were also extremely shocked by the matter of the heavenly gods. The incident of killing a heavenly god back then had shaken the entire life star. That was the strongest existence that had been killed on the life star since the war with the foreign saints. However, it was obviously not easy to kill a heavenly god, as they had to pay a huge price to do so. That year, the scheme was controlled by the old ancestors. Moreover, everyone was at a different location on the battlefield. Therefore, the Azure Dragon Saint and the others didn't know some details. Even the Thunder Saint Beast didn't know about it. Hearing about Zi Chen's development in the star path, all the saints were shocked. Especially when Zi Chen said that he could easily transfer dozens of saints, they were even more shocked. "By the way, what's up with your harmonious spirit master's qi? Is it used to deceive people?" Saint Rose Finch asked. Zi Chen was very grateful to Saint Rosefinch. In his life, the Saint burial ground had a great impact on him. It's not a deceit. I'm a real harmonious spirit master, Zi Chen said, looking proud. Zi Chen indeed had the right to be proud of the fact that a cultivator from the Life Star had become a unique, harmonious spirit master in the star path. Looking at the doubtful expression on everyone's face, Zi Chen explained in detail the reason why he became a harmonious spirit master. He also told them about his success rate and condensing speed, which seemed to be much faster than other harmonious spirit masters. This thing that was widely known to be inconceivable became so easy when it came from Zi Chen's mouth. The saints looked at each other in dismay, but soon they looked at each other again, and their expressions became much more serious. Azure Dragon Saint sighed and said, "If that's the case, 100 years is too short for us. It's as short as a snap of a finger. I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with the foreign saints after 100 years. That's true. The foreign saints are very strong," Black Tortoise Saint said in a deep voice. Zi Chen was a little stunned. The change of topic was too fast. They were just talking about the harmonious spirit masters, and now they were talking about the invasion of the foreign saints after 100 years. "You said that you've prepared a lot of Saint Force crystal chips this time," Saint Rosefinch asked again. "Yes." Zi Chen nodded. Azure Dragon Saint suddenly patted Zi Chen's shoulder and said sincerely, "It's a great fortune for the Life Star to have a heaven-defying expert like you." Zi Chen was a little embarrassed to be praised in such a straightforward manner. "It's rare for you to have such thoughts, so how can we just sit back and do nothing? How about this? You come with us to the Martial Heaven continent. After we arrive there, we'll refine a time capsule where you can refine Saint crystals. I believe that with the acceleration of time, we should be able to reap a great harvest within 100 years. Zi Chen was dumbfounded. No wonder these saints suddenly showed a depressed expression. It turned out that they were hoping that he could refine more Saint crystals. Moreover, it seemed like he wouldn't be able to come out until the Saint Force crystal chips were used up. Seeing that Zi Chen didn't respond for a long time, Azure Dragon Saint asked, "What's wrong? Do you have a different opinion?" The other saints all looked at Zi Chen, imperceptibly giving Zi Chen great pressure. He immediately shook his head and said, "No." Azure Dragon Saint smiled with satisfaction. "That's good. Good, very good." The other saints also smiled, but Zi Chen couldn't smile at this moment and for a long time to come. Chapter 2254. In the past, these saints had been truly lofty figures in his eyes. Back then, he had acted like a junior and occasionally acted shamelessly, feeling pleased with himself. For example, when he had obtained the 4 holy burial grounds, although his intentions had been good, there had always been some shameless acts in the process, even some moral blackmail. But now, perhaps because he had temporarily stood on the same level as these Saint Seniors, he found that these people did not have the airs of a senior. Instead, they were more like old scoundrels, scheming against him. For example, this time he had brought over a dozen saints and a Saint King. In any case, he had killed them and taken their things, but they had not done anything. Although Zi Chen did not care about this, they should at least give him a chance to refuse and perform. However, not only did they not do that, they even prepared to treat him as a labor. Zi Chen immediately refused their request to refine Saint crystals, but as the price, Zi Chen had no choice but to take out the resources of the saints he had killed on the Star Passage, who asked him to be so preoccupied with showing off that he had let it slip. Fortunately, Zi Chen did not mention anything about the Rainbow Holy Tree. Otherwise, these saints would probably take the Rainbow Holy Tree away. Zi Chen still had friends on the Jianwu continent. It was not easy for him to come back. So how could he leave without saying goodbye? And so the Azure Dragon Saint and the others returned to the Jianwu continent to refine the time castle. Zi Chen stayed here to see his friends, but he could not stay for too long. Zi Chen's first stop was naturally the 9th continent. That was equivalent to his foundation on the Jianwu continent. After returning to the Life Star, Zi Chen's world could expand. Adding on the fact that he had become a saint, the distance between continents that had once been unreachable was now nothing. After arriving at the 9th continent, Zichen went straight to Huping City. Along the way, he did not encounter any battles. During this time, he also saw many cities occupied by foreign races. Zichen, who could destroy them with a wave of his hand, did not kill them. No matter the situation, there were rules. If a saint went to slaughter these heaven realm experts, it would be very demeaning. The great formation above Huping City had already been activated, but within a radius of 1,000 miles, there was no trace of the alien race. Along the way, Zichen saw that the ground here had turned brown, as if it had been watered with blood. The ground was full of potholes, and there were too many traces of battle. After passing through the battlefield, Zichen arrived in front of Huping City. He landed and looked at the city in front of him. Thinking back to the first time he came here and the excitement in his heart, Zichen couldn't help but shake his head. Although all of this seemed to have happened yesterday, things had changed. Back then, Huping City was the weakest city and the place that was looked down upon the most. There wasn't a single 6-stage domain. But now, Huping City had become one of the few cities that had not fallen. It had also become the symbol of the entire Shantian prefecture, the gathering place of all the powerhouses in the 9th mainland. On the tall city walls of Huping City, there were guards guarding day and night. Zichen did not deliberately conceal himself, so his arrival naturally could not escape the eyes of those guards. That is, looking at the black-robed figure walking over slowly, the guards' eyes widened in disbelief. This person's appearance was too similar to the tall statue behind them. They were almost identical, but there were some slight differences. The statue's temperament was cold, while this person's temperament was very gentle. "That's Lord Zichen," the guard exclaimed in disbelief. On the city walls, the other guards all looked over. When they saw Zichen, they were all stunned. "It's Lord Zichen. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and open the city gates." One of the guards shouted, "Oh, hurry up and inform Lord Wu Xie that Lord Zichen has returned." "Are we opening the gates now? What if? Some of the guards were very cautious, worried that the person who had come was an impostor. "Are you an idiot? Even if Lord Tianming has already become a saint, who would dare to behave atrociously here? When Lord Wu Xie comes out, we'll know everything," the guard said. In fact, he had seen Zichen before and believed that this must be Zichen himself. Zichen was a well-known existence in the entire Zhanwu continent. Even if someone were to impersonate him, they would never dare to impersonate Zichen. The city gates opened and figures flew out. The one in the lead was Wu Xie. Following closely behind Wu Xie were Tianming, Jin Qingqing, Sheng Guanhong, and the others. Seeing these familiar figures, Zichen, who was reminiscing, smiled. It was good that these people were still here. Zichen. With just a glance, they recognized Zichen. Wu Xie and the others quickly came over and shouted. Zichen stretched out his arms and walked forward. Wu Xie smiled excitedly and also stretched out his arms. Then his smile froze. Zichen walked past him and hugged Jin Qingqing. Then he hugged Sheng Guanhong, followed by Tianming and the others, leaving Wu Xie in a mess. When did this guy learn to do this? Wu Xie couldn't help but shake his head and smile. After many years of fighting, he was less impulsive and more calm. After greeting everyone he was familiar with, Zichen came in front of Wu Xie. The two of them gave each other a bear hug. They were very emotional. These people were all alive and were still here. This was already a very good thing for Zichen. "When did you come back?" Looking at Zichen, everyone asked one after another. "Let's go back to the city first." "Well, Tianming, you've become a saint." Zichen looked at Tianming with some surprise. "Yesterday there was a change in the world. I saw the sacred gate by chance. There's still some time before I break through," Tianming said with a smile. At first, he had some doubts in his heart. He didn't understand why there would be a change in the world. However, after seeing Zichen, he finally understood. It's already very good to be able to open the door and enter. Zichen nodded and said. The group returned to Huping City. After hearing the news of Zichen's return, the whole city was in a state of cheering. Tianming had broken through to Saint yesterday, and Zichen had returned today. It seemed to be a double blessing. Zichen had only come this time to see his friends and see if they were well. He couldn't stay for too long. Staying for one day was also the limit of what he could do here. Everyone was very disappointed. However, after knowing that Zichen had become a saint, they were also happy for Zichen from the bottom of their hearts. Was the change yesterday because of you? Tianming asked the question in his heart. Although he had already calculated the answer, he still hadn't received confirmation. Zichen nodded and didn't hide anything. I knew it. You'll always be one step ahead of us, Tianming said. I saw Manshur and Shantian Dao on the Star Road. Both of them are fine, Zichen said. Everyone's anxious hearts also relaxed. This was obviously another piece of good news. Tianming is about to become a saint. When I leave, I'll take him with me. You guys make arrangements for the rest. Now that there are more opportunities, don't always fight and kill when you have time. Spend more time comprehending the heavenly Tao. Who knows? You might become a saint one day. After giving some instructions to everyone and hinting for them to be careful, Zichen left with Tianming. Everyone could see that Zichen was in a hurry, so they didn't ask him to stay. After sending Zichen out of the city, Zichen waved at everyone and teleported away with Tianming. Everyone turned and left. Jin Qingqing and Shang Guanhong didn't stay either. In such a chaotic situation, it was a luxury to talk about love. Zichen's second stop was the first mainland. He still had a friend there. Without stopping at other mainlands, Zichen brought Tianming to the first mainland. During this period, Tianming also witnessed the speed of a saint. He yearned for this realm even more. Bringing Tianming along was a last-minute decision made by Zichen. When they arrived at the first mainland, Zichen saw Qing Feng on the fiercest battlefield. Back then, when the whole world stood against Zichen, it was this young man who stood by Zichen's side without hesitation. They fought side by side and almost died. The aura of a saint surged and swept towards the battlefield. Like a storm, it blew out of nowhere. Sensing this powerful saint aura, the cultivators on both sides of the battlefield were shocked. They all looked up into the distance. Under normal circumstances, saints wouldn't participate in this kind of battle. For example, as the commander-in-chief, great Saint Yin Zhong had the strength of a saint, but he never participated in the battle. He would only occasionally save a few talented disciples with great potential at critical moments. At this moment, the aura of a saint was deliberately released. It had a deep meaning. No one could ignore a saint. Such an existence was not something that could be dealt with by numbers alone. However, when they saw the saint's glory, their expressions changed drastically. How could they not know the saint? Not to mention those who had stayed in this world for decades. Even the cultivators who had just entered this world not long ago knew this person or had seen a portrait of this person before. This was a heaven-defying saint on a life star. He could fight a group of heaven-defying saints alone. When he was in the heaven realm, heaven-defying saints of the same level couldn't beat him. It's Zichen. He's become a saint. A heaven-defying saint. It's such a big thing, but no one announced it. These foreign races were very shocked. Then they very sensibly began to retreat. Back then, if Zichen hadn't left this world, they wouldn't have had the guts to continue the battle. Zichen, it's you. A surprised voice rang out. Qing Feng walked over from afar, covered in blood. A light breeze blew past, and the blood on his body was blown away. He quickly went forward. Even further away, great Saint Yinzhong looked at Zichen in the sky with a smile. Chapter 2255. After meeting Qing Feng and great Sage Yinzhong, Zichen brought Tianming to Tianwu continent. Tianming had always been very curious about the place where Ziqin grew up, so he wanted to go to Tianwu Continent to take a look. In Tianwu Continent, Su Mengyao and the others waited outside Wuji sect happily after receiving the news of Ziqin's return. However, after waiting for 2 days, Ziqin didn't appear. I say, what is that guy doing? Why didn't he come here first? Could it be that he's hooking up with other women outside? Tyrant said at an inappropriate time. As soon as his voice fell, it naturally attracted many gazes, filled with anger that were as sharp as blades. Hee, this Lord Zeng is an existence who has entered the Saint Realm. I'm not afraid of you. Tyrant chuckled as he looked at those murderous gazes. As one of the few existences who had broken through to the Saint Realm, Tyrant was very proud of it. Intentionally or unintentionally, he would mock those around him, especially LV Peng. In Tyrant's eyes, this guy who only knew how to play with formations was really stupid. The Heavenly Tao's rules were so obvious, but he still asked what was going on. Although there were a few people in Wuji's sect who had broken through to the Saint Realm with him, in Tyrant's heart, they were all incomparable. Take Su Mengyao, for example. The reason she could break through was that her ethereal inaction Tao art was the closest to the Heavenly Tao. It had nothing to do with comprehension. It was just that she had an advantage. Was that really the truth? But in Tyrant's eyes, that was the truth. As for Man-Long, Demon Ape, and Lei Ling's breakthroughs, in Tyrant's eyes, there was a reason for it. The 3 of them had extraordinary origins. Although their comprehension was average and they weren't born as big as him, they were still slightly weaker than him. It was reasonable for them to break through. Say, this Ziqin came back after going to the Star Path for dozens of years. Could it be that he couldn't survive there and was beaten back? That's good. This Lord Zeng has already entered the Saint Realm. When I become a saint in the future, I'll be able to make the alien race tremble. At that time, this Lord Zeng will be able to protect you and make the whole world tremble. Seeing that Ziqin hadn't returned yet, the idle monk said with self-respect. Su Mengyao and the others ignored Tyrant's words. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she looked in a certain direction. You're still as sharp-tongued as ever. When you become a saint, there will be saints everywhere in the world. A familiar voice sounded from the sky, followed by 2 figures descending from the sky. It was Ziqin and Tianming. Ziqin. Seeing Ziqin, everyone's faces immediately showed surprise and joy, and they all went forward. On the other hand, the Tyrant's expression was the complete opposite of everyone else's. His eyes were shining brightly, and his fighting spirit was rising around him. It was obvious that he had just entered the Saint Plane, and he felt lonely and wanted to lose. He wanted to find Ziqin to fight. Of course, his biggest wish was to beat up Ziqin. Speaking of which, other than the first time they met, he had the upper hand, and the rest of the time he had been at a disadvantage. But in the next moment his eyes narrowed and the battle intent surging around him disappeared in an instant. He revealed a very compassionate look and said with a smile like the Maitreya Buddha, "Not bad. You've also entered the Saint Realm." How could Ziqin not know what Tyrant was thinking? He sneered and said, "I've just entered the Saint Realm. I'm afraid you won't take me seriously. If you're willing, we can exchange pointers." Amitabha. Monks are compassionate. Tyrant put his palms together and spouted nonsense in a serious manner, causing the people around him to snicker. Tyrant was quite smart. He could tell that Ziqin had broken through, so he knew that if he challenged him now, Ziqin would not show him any mercy at all. In the years that Ziqin had been away, his name as the good and evil monk had finally spread like thunder. It had not been easy for him to accumulate this reputation over the years. So how could he lose it so easily? Let's return to the sect first. Because there were too many people who had come this time, it was impossible to hug them all. Ziqin could only gesture for them to return to the boundless sect first, because the Azure Dragon Saint and the others had arrived first and were already condensing the castle of time. The entire boundless sect had received the news. They had already prepared a welcoming party for Zichin. When they returned to the boundless hall, the Thunder Spirit also respectfully bowed toward Zichin and called him master. His origins were special. Otherwise, he would not have been able to break through the sacred gate this time. His senses were extremely sharp, and he could sense a strong sense of danger from Zichin. He guessed that even now he was still not a match for Zichin. Looking at the hall, Zichin was very surprised that 5 of them had become saints. This was especially so for Su Mengyao. Apart from being surprised, Zichin was also very happy. After all, the 2 of them came from the Nimbus martial ancestor, a sect that had been destroyed for thousands of years. Back then, who would have thought that the 2 people in the sect would become saints that only appeared in legends many years later? The group chatted in the hall for half a day before the entire Boundless sect began to celebrate. They had not received the Azure Dragon Saint's message yet, so Zichin had nothing to do for the time being, so they had a good time for the night. The next day, Zichin called over the 5 people who had become saints and the fortune teller. When the 6 of them arrived at the hall, they discovered that LV Pong was actually there. Tyrant could not help but ask curiously, "Why are you here?" Clearly, Zichin had found a way to become a saint. Moreover, when they were drinking last night, Zichin had also mentioned that there was a great opportunity waiting for them. "Didn't you say there was an opportunity?" "I'm here to try my luck," LV Pong said with a smile. "You haven't become a saint yet, and with your level of comprehension, even if there was an opportunity, it would be a waste." Tyrant curled his lips. The opportunity this time was prepared for LV Pong. "Everyone is just passing by. We have to ensure that LV Pong can become a saint," Zichin said in a deep voice. His tone was firm. "What?" Tyrant was stunned. He clearly did not understand. LV Pong smiled mockingly at Tyrant. "LV Pong must become a saint. When you distribute the resources, give him more. Remember, after entering the place of opportunity, do not use energy to fight. You can only use the power of space to refine the opportunity bit by bit." After briefly explaining about the planet, Zichin took out the only planet he had. This planet was still very useful to the current Zichin. However, after careful consideration, Zichin decided to take it out and let them use it. It would be more useful to them. Hearing that this planet was the biggest secret of the star path, the few of them could not wait. LV Peng, in particular, had been regretting that he had not been able to comprehend the Saint Realm. He did not expect that Zichin would bring him an opportunity. "Tyrant, this is not a joke. LV Peng must become a saint." After taking out the planet, Zichin was worried that Tyrant would not be reliable, so he reminded him again. "Is Lord Zeng an unreliable person?" Tyrant said unhappily. The others nodded tacitly at the same time. Tyrant was so angry that he kept shouting Amiba. He took out the planet and placed it in a space in the hall. He broke the layers of seals on it. After the planet was completely unfolded and filled the entire space, Zichin said, "LV Peng, you go first." LV Peng nodded and withdrew all the energy around him. He entered the space and stepped into the planet. The first person to enter had an unexpected gain. After about 10 breaths, Zichin nodded and the others followed. Tyrant was naturally very dissatisfied. However, he knew his limits when it came to important matters. He withdrew all his energy and used the power of space to enter. Seeing that everyone had entered, Zichin used his own energy to completely seal the space. At a glance, it was as if there was a golden ball of light floating in the hall. Zichin sat on a chair and began to think about what to do next. This time, the change in the heavenly Tao had bought Zichin nearly 100 years of time. This was an unexpected surprise. However, he had to decide how to maximize the number of saints in this 100 years. In addition to condensing saint crystals, obtaining more planets was another way. However, for the planets in the star path, unless it was an overlord force like the Jeddah family that dominated a star field, the planets that appeared in other star fields would have too many cultivators forcibly rushing in. There was no way to guard against it. He had to go to the star path, Furthermore, he had to bring LV Peng, who had become a saint. Although he had an alliance with the Jeto family, it was better to leave some things to himself. The passage from the sky martial continent to the star path had to be opened. In the next 100 years, he hoped that LV Peng could do this well. For the current Zichen, the use of the rainbow sacred tree had begun to decrease. Although it was still useful, it was much less useful than letting others become saints. Zichen decided to contribute it. Chunfeng. Zichen, who had already made up his mind, called out. Chunfeng, who had been guarding outside the hall for a long time, immediately entered the hall. He respectfully said, "Master, what are your orders?" "Go inform those forces that I've returned. I want to discuss matters in the everlasting sect." "Yes." "Wait, there's no need to keep this a secret. Also, let those outsiders know that I've successfully become a saint." "Yes." Very quickly, news of Zichen's return as a saint spread throughout the sky martial continent. It was unknown whether it was because Zichen's reputation was too great, but as soon as this news spread, the invading outsiders all retreated, no longer attempting to attack human cities. There was still no news of the Azure Dragon Saint and the others. The time castle shouldn't have been condensed yet. The first person to come wasn't the family heads of those aristocratic families, but a mysterious guest. This person's entire body was covered in a wide black robe, only revealing a pair of eyes. He didn't emit any aura. If someone saw him at night, they would definitely mistake him for a ghost. When his subordinate came to report, Zichen was a bit surprised. However, he immediately smiled. "Greetings, Lord Zichen." This person respectfully bowed to Zichen, only revealing a pair of eyes. When he saw the sphere of light in the hall, he hid his shock very well. Chapter 2256. The black-robed figure came from the mysterious and ancient Heavenly Kill Alliance. Moreover, this person had a special identity. It was the first time in many years that he had entered a force so brazenly. If it had been in the past, he would have been hacked to death and his corpse would have been hung high on the city wall. In recent years, the assassins of the Heavenly Kill Alliance had suddenly changed and began to assassinate foreign races. They had assassinated many Heavenly Realm experts of foreign races, and even heaven-defying experts had been killed. This had caused the world's attitude towards them to change. All the forces had accepted them. Over the years, they had accumulated a lot of popularity. Although everyone still respected them, they were no longer the object of disdain and disgust. When Zichen returned this time, Su Mengyao had told him about the Heavenly Kill Alliance's behavior over the years. This was also the reason why Zichen was willing to meet him. "I already know about what happened to you guys." "You did well," Zichen praised. The highest steward from the Heavenly Kill Alliance bowed and then said in a deep voice, "Thank you for your affirmation, sir. This time I am—" Before the other party could finish, Zichen waved his hand and interrupted him. He said, "I know very well why you are here. Isn't it because of the deal between you and me? Since it's my promise, I will naturally fulfill it. Saint crystals can't help people break through, or rather, it can only help people become false saints. Once you become a false saint, you will never be able to reach the saint realm." The other party raised his head. His eyes were full of doubts. Although the Heavenly Kill Alliance had deep roots in the Tianwu continent and the Zhanwu continent and was known as the most mysterious force, such a force was not worth mentioning in the vast sea of stars. They knew nothing about the secrets of the star path. The laws contained in the saint crystals are very heterogeneous. If you can't comprehend the same laws as your own, you can only stop at the false saint realm in the future. Zichen said, "I have a lot of saint crystals here and some separated law crystal chips. If you want to exchange them, I can give them to you now. If you are not in a hurry, I will hold a meeting here in a few days. That meeting will give people a chance to become saints." Zichen clearly had no intention of deliberately explaining for the other party. The other party clearly knew what to do. After he excused himself from the hall, he stayed in this place for a while. During this time, Zichen inquired about Zhang Haotian's situation, but the other party expressed that he was not sure either. The Netherthorn trial was unusual, and not just any assassin could participate in it. As for him, the Alliance leader, he had only passed the first stage before being defeated. It was said that Zhang Haoqian had passed the third stage and was still alive. 2 days later, all the patriarchs of those forces had gathered. Unlike the previous meeting, the patriarchs who came this time were all in the Heaven Realm. Those whom Zi Qin invited were the top aristocratic families with Heaven Realm cultivators. Because there weren't many people in this meeting, it was held in a side hall. The area here wasn't small and was enough to accommodate the Heaven Realm family heads. As Zichan walked into the hall, the discussions in the surroundings came to an abrupt end. Everyone's gazes fell on Zichin, their expressions filled with respect and reverence. There were too many legends about Zichin to count. As Zichin sat down at the head seat, everyone bowed in unison, just like how the ministers of the secular world would bow to the emperor. I have gathered everyone here today because I have a few orders. Zichan waved his hand, indicating that everyone need not be so courteous. First of all, within 3 months, we need to drive out all the foreign races. Once these words were spoken, it immediately caused an uproar. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Although in the Sky Martial continent, due to the methods of Su Mengyao and the others, the foreign races had yet to gain any advantage, and had even suffered heavy losses. The foreign races were after all formed from the vast starry sky. There would be an unending stream of reinforcements coming. Under normal circumstances, this battle would continue until the lightning divine hall appeared. As the battle continued, as the older generation figures appeared one after another, the matter of the lightning divine hall was no longer a secret. Practically all the large families knew that the foreign race's ultimate goal in invading this world was not to kill the heaven-defying experts, but because of the lightning divine hall. This battle had already been going on for over 12 years in the Zhan Wu continent. This was a truly chaotic era, and the war had only just begun. However, to drive everyone out within 3 months, was that possible? I will personally arrange this matter. When I need your assistance, I will send someone to inform you. The second thing is to select some powerful Heaven Realm experts and let them enter the Saint Realm first. As expected, the surroundings were once again in an uproar, this time even louder than before. This time, Zi Qin explained in detail the difference between the Heaven Realm and the Saint Realm on the Star Road, as well as what was the true meaning of entering the Saint Realm. Hearing the division of realms, everyone fell into silence. The shock in their hearts was undoubtedly very great. Among them, there were some families that had saints, but their whereabouts were still unknown. There had once been Heaven Realm experts who had entered the Star Road, but it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. From the beginning to the end, it seemed that not a single person had successfully entered the Saint Realm and returned alive from the Star Road. Therefore, they did not understand the Star Road. Just like how Zichin had once described Yi Qian, everyone was like a frog at the bottom of a well, naively thinking that the world was only the size of this well, and that this was all they had. In the entire meeting, no one spoke. Only Zichin was speaking. He talked about some of his experiences on the Star Road, some of his opportunities on the Star Road, as well as the cruel disputes on the Star Road. Hearing this, the family heads of the various powers all revealed complicated expressions. As for the black-robed man who stayed in the corner and deliberately kept a distance from the others, his eyes became brighter and brighter after hearing what Zichin said. It was like a curious frog meeting a bird that came to drink water from the well. The bird told him about another sky, and he was full of yearning for that unknown world, unlike the other frogs who were full of fear of the unfamiliar world. Go, make the arrangements. I only want the strongest. Zichin waved his hand. This 4-hour speech was over. He did not care whether these people had digested today's content or not. Everyone left, except for the black-robed man. As the leader of the Heavenly Assassins Alliance and the spokesperson of an ancient and mysterious power, he naturally would not allow a false saint to appear. Since they wanted to enter the Star Road to take a look, They would enter the Star Road with the strongest posture and let the entire world know of the existence of the Heavenly Assassins Alliance. Sir, please show us the way. He saluted Zichen without hesitation. His attitude was very respectful. Only after stepping on the Star Road did he realize the vastness of this world and how ridiculous the battles in the past were. Now, the leader's vision had been broadened. He finally understood that it was not a big deal to be the king of this world. Only by dominating the entire Star Road could he truly be the king of this world. Therefore, he needed to form an alliance with Zichen, or let Zichen give him a way out. If you trust me, ask some disciples with potential to come here. After I've sensed their principles, I will refine the sacred crystal for them to help them enter the Saint Realm. However, there is one condition. From now on, you are not allowed to attack the cultivators on this life star, said Zichen in a low-pitched voice. Sir, please don't worry about this. After we reached an agreement, not only the people of the Sky Martial continent, but also the people of the Zhan Wu continent did not attack the natives, the leader of the Heavenly Assassins Alliance said immediately. As for the issue of trust, he did not think much about it. Zichen had the blessing of the entire life star. Everything he did was to strengthen the overall strength of the life star. Naturally, he could be trusted. Moreover, even if Zichen knew their cultivation method and the rules they had comprehended. So what? Could it be that they could not kill Zichen? The answer was that they could not kill Zichen. This was something that had been proven for thousands of years. It did not matter whether he knew their background or not. 7 days later, our people will come. At that time, we will have to trouble you, sir. Then the leader respectfully left. Seeing the leader of the Heavenly Assassins Alliance leave, Zichen relaxed a little. This ancient alliance was truly powerful. Perhaps he was not afraid of it, but how many people in the world were like him? It was obviously impossible to subdue this power, but Zichen did not plan to subdue them. It was fine as long as both sides were bound by benefits. From today onwards, the Heavenly Assassins Alliance would not attack the practitioners on the Life Star. This undoubtedly turned an enemy into a true ally. Next, it would be the people of the Star Road who would have a headache. He believed that these assassins would give them a headache for a long time if they were at the same level. Just as the forces of the Sky Martial continent were carefully selecting Heaven Realm practitioners to enter the Saint Realm, Zichen finally received the Azure Dragon Saint's transmission. Thus, he walked toward the Azure Dragon Palace. This was the Azure Dragon Saint's Time Castle. This time he had refined it again. The time acceleration within it was also useful for saints. Zichen, with our current strength, this castle can only accelerate time 100 times for saints. Thus, you have 10,000 years to prepare. I hope you can create more saints for the Life Star, said the Azure Dragon Saint. Thinking about how he would have to spend the next 10,000 years refining saint crystals, Zichen couldn't help shuddering. Fortunately, he still had his doppelganger, but when he thought about how he wouldn't be able to use his strongest doppelganger for the next 10,000 years, he couldn't help feeling sad. However, looking at these exhausted saints, what else could Zichen say? He could only nod and agree. What's with the aura on your body? Suddenly, a voice rang out. What aura? Zichen was startled as he looked at Fairy Ling Shuang. Fairy Ling Shuang's beautiful eyes stared at Zichen's chest. She said, I can sense a mysterious aura on your body. This aura is constantly circulating, absorbing the surrounding energy on its own. Hearing Fairy Ling Shuang's words, the other saints also sensed Zichen's abnormality. In their senses, Zichen was like a whirlpool, absorbing the surrounding energy. Zichen could only admit, It's the rainbow sacred tree, he exclaimed in his heart about the sharp senses of these saints. Then he saw the eyes of these saints light up. They were like hungry wolves that had seen their prey. Chapter 22:57. What did you say? The rainbow holy tree? You actually have the rainbow holy tree. The thunder sacred beast stared at Zichen with a burning gaze, as if he was about to devour Zichen as a delicacy. Seeing the change in expression of these saints, Zi Chen took a step back and nodded to show that he admitted it. You little brat, why didn't you offer up the rainbow holy tree earlier? Do you know that the rainbow holy tree can speed up our recovery? The thunder sacred beast glared. Zi Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take it out. Such a forceful attitude made Zi Chen very surprised, but he still consciously took out the rainbow holy tree. Then the thunder's sacred beast took it with a smile and said, You're quite lucky, kid. You can even get a rare treasure like the rainbow holy tree. I didn't hear you mention it before, so it seems that you're on guard against us. Speak. What other good things do you have? While speaking, the thunder's sacred beast bluntly merged the rainbow holy tree into his body. Zi Chen shook his head like a rattledrum and said, No, there's really nothing this time. Looking at Zi Chen's pitiful appearance, the Azure Dragon Saint said with a smile, Zi Chen, don't mind it. This thing is indeed very useful to us, and once we recover a little, it can even speed up the flow of time in the time castle. For this world, it's also a good thing. Zi Chen curled his lips. Even if it wasn't a good thing, they had already taken it away. Could he still get it back? The answer was definitely no. If Zi Chen dared to ask for it, they would dare to fight Zi Chen to the death. Since they were going to condense the Saint Crystal, the first batch to benefit were naturally the Heaven Realm experts from the Everlasting Sect. Thus, Zi Chen let his clone enter the time castle that sped up time by 100 times. In the following time, as long as the Saint Crystal wasn't completely consumed, this clone would continue to condense. The Rainbow Holy Tree could only help one person, so the other saints had other arrangements. During this time, Zi Chen also explained in detail about the alliance with the Jiatu family. After hearing the other party's request, the Azure Dragon Saint smiled indifferently, saying that this matter would not cause any losses to them. It was true that the Life Star had displayed its intimidating competence, but it also had a big loss. Of course, the outsiders didn't know about this. If the other side agreed to trade, they would give them the quota when the time came. Then, Zi Chen mentioned his idea of clearing out all the foreign races within 3 months, which was also approved by the saints. Seeing as they were certain that no foreign saints would be able to enter within the next 100 years, there was no need to deliberately guard against them. So it was indeed time to chase these foreign cultivators out. At the very least, it would allow this world to have 100 years of peace. It was not a difficult thing for a saint to drive away these foreign races. As long as a saint appeared and threatened them, it would be enough. Faced with the threat of a saint, under the situation where their own saint would not appear, these heavenly realms could only retreat. Zi Chen had said that it would take 3 months, but in truth it only took 2 months for all the foreign races to retreat. After chasing away these foreign races, the saints did not remain idle. They began to think of a way to go to the other planets that belonged to this life star, trying to open up the channels that had once collapsed. Then they would be able to reconnect the entire life star. Just as the foreign races were retreating, a Heaven Realm expert came to the Everlasting Sect, saying that he wanted to see Zi Chen. Zi Chen had already become a saint and was a true major figure on the martial heaven continent. How could he be so casually seen? Just as the disciples guarding the gate were about to refuse, a voice rang out, "Let him in." Hearing this dignified voice, the disciples first bowed to the person behind them and then courteously led this foreign heaven realm expert into the Everlasting Sect. Under the guidance of layers upon layers of cultivators, this foreign heaven realm expert finally arrived at Zi Chen's residence. "Greetings, Lord Zi Chen." This foreign heaven realm expert respectfully bowed when he saw Zi Chen. Zi Chen nodded, looking at this foreign heaven realm expert without saying anything. A bright jade pendant appeared in the hand of this foreign race being. He held the jade pendant with both hands as he walked in front of Zi Chen and said respectfully, "This is what Miss Yi Qian asked me to give to you." Zi Chen received the jade pendant and carefully examined it. This was a jade pendant with coordinates. It could lead Zi Chen to a specific place, now that the foreign races had all retreated. Chen did not have the exact coordinates to go to Qian's world. This jade pendant had come at the right time. This foreign heaven realm expert did not stay for long. After leaving behind the jade pendant, he bid farewell and left the everlasting sect. LV Peng and the rest were still in seclusion, and Chen had nothing to do for the time being. Thinking that it wasn't easy for him to come back, Chen brought Lin Shui, Sheng Guanyuer, and Wang Xian'er out to travel. The direction of this trip was some minor worlds that they had never entered before. Some of them had restrictions on their strength, so the four of them suppressed their cultivation bases. During this trip, they saw some strange plants. Chen would carefully collect them. Seeing this, the three girls felt strange. They had never discovered Chen's hobby in this area. Chen did not hide this and said that he had brought it to a distant friend. The four of them traveled in some minor worlds. Almost every 1 or 2 days, they could sense a rule with the aura of a saint appearing in the sky above the everlasting sect. This was a sign that a saint crystal was forming. It meant that a heaven realm expert was about to enter the saint realm. 2 months later, in the everlasting palace, rays of light appeared on the planet. These rays of light turned into human figures and landed in the palace. Powerful saint aura surged around them. They were the monk and the others who had entered earlier. However, LV Peng had not appeared yet. Arriving at the palace and looking at the planet, the monk's face was still filled with shock. LV Peng's comprehension was not very high. This time, he did not break through at the moment of the heavenly Tao's advancement. However, after coming to this planet, his comprehension had improved by leaps and bounds. Although he had not entered the saint realm yet, it was only a matter of time. Creating a saint realm expert out of thin air was simply a miracle. Where's Chen? Seeing that it was Chen Feng and not Chen, the good and evil monk asked. Master, and the 3 mastresses have gone out, said Chen Feng. Although Chen and the 4 girls did not hold a grand wedding, in the hearts of all the disciples of the everlasting sect, they were already Chen's women. LV Peng is still inside. Continue to guard him, said the monk. Tyrant instructed. Then these people left the Wuji Palace and headed to the outside world. Chen had said that after becoming a saint realm expert, he would have other things to tell them. The monk who had walked out of the palace said, I'll go take a look at the Buddhist sect first. The fortune teller, who had become familiar with everyone, also left the everlasting sect. He wanted to return to Huping City and see if the outsiders had left. In just 2 months, he had become a saint realm expert. Apart from feeling excited, he also wanted to share his joy with his companions. Su Mengyao also left. Without the outsiders invading, there was no need for her to stay here. She went to find Chen. The demon ape and the others had nowhere to go. They could only continue to stay in the everlasting sect in a daze and protect LV Peng on the planet for Chen Feng. Sometimes the Thunder Spirit would deliberately anger Chen Feng for fun. It was worth mentioning that this time, when using Saint Crystals to become a Saint Realm expert, those with great potential had to rely on their own power to break through. This was something Chen had clearly stated. For example, Chen's eldest disciple had an extreme Yin body. Although her comprehension was not very high, Chen forbade her from using Saint Crystals to break through. After all, Saint Crystals were not obtained through one's own comprehension. It would affect her becoming a Saint King in the future. Another example was the 3rd disciple, Chen Feng. His aptitude was not very good, and his potential was not very high. However, he had a strong physical body. Back then, he had cultivated the perfect body. Chen did not arrange for him to use Saint Crystals to become a Saint Realm expert. Instead, he assigned him the Rainbow Holy Tree. When these saints recovered from their injuries under the time acceleration, Chen Feng would be the first to use the Rainbow Holy Tree to become a Saint Realm expert. Therefore, Chen Feng did not care about his second senior brother's amusement. Now that he had reached the Heaven Realm, he knew very well what kind of talent he had back then. To be able to be accepted by Zichen as his disciple was truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Su Mengyao found Zichen, and the traveling group grew by 1 more person. Perhaps this would be the only time they would be traveling in the coming years. Therefore, everyone treasured it very much. All the unhappy things were cast aside. They did not care about the future development of the Life Star. They did not think about the invasion of the saints in 100 years, nor did they think about when the Thunder God Temple would appear. They were simply having fun, looking at the mountains, the water, and the scenery. Zichen, look, it's the fallen butterfly. Lin Shui pointed at a large field of beautiful spirit flowers in front of them and called out happily. Then she walked with light steps towards the field of spirit flowers. Wherever she passed, a light wind blew. The field of spirit flowers began to sway. From the stamens of the flowers, colorful butterflies flew up and danced in the sky. It was like a sea of butterflies. The 3 women followed closely behind, dancing in the sea of butterflies. Moving sounds of laughter could be heard continuously. Looking at this picturesque scene, Zichen could not help but be mesmerized. This is the fallen butterfly. Every plant will nurture a spirit butterfly. The spirit butterfly is one with the plant, sharing life. It can be used to refine spirit medicines and can also be used for viewing. Su Mingyao's voice sounded in Zichen's mind. Zichen really did not want to destroy this beautiful scene, so he took the Butterfly King with him. Without the Butterfly King, the spirit flowers here seemed to have withered and lost their luster. However, a new Butterfly King would soon appear and reappear in this sea of butterflies. While traveling, time always passed too quickly. A year later, Zichen received news that Lu Peng had become a saint. Looking at the everlasting sect, where a new saint crystal had formed, Zichen muttered, "Looks like we have to go." Chapter 2258. A year in the outside world was equivalent to 100 years in the time castle. In the past 100 years, the clone had refined a lot of saint crystals. The consumption of the saint power crystal was also great, and Zichen needed to replenish his saint power crystal. Thus, the 5 of them ended their trip and returned to the Wuji sect. The monk and the fortune teller had already heard the news and returned to the Wuji sect first. The devil ape, thunder spirit, and Torvosaurus were already waiting here. LV Peng was still sensing his realm. Try to comprehend it as soon as possible. Zichen gave the part about the formation he had obtained from the Jedu family to LV Peng. After LV Peng received it, he merged his soul into it. Then his body swayed as if he was drunk, swaying left and right. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise, secretly guessing what Zichen had given LV Peng. After about 5 breaths, LV Peng stabilized his body and opened his eyes. There was still a hint of fear in his eyes. What a complicated formation! Can you comprehend it? Zichen asked. If I was in the heaven realm, I definitely wouldn't be able to. But now it's really a piece of cake. There is no formation in the world that I, LV Peng, can't comprehend. LV Peng smiled proudly. Try to comprehend it as soon as possible. Next, we will open a teleportation formation between star fields on our own. LV Peng nodded, indicating that he understood. This time, Zichen would lead the 7 people who had entered the Saint Realm on the star path. Lin Shui and the others came to send them off. They hadn't entered the Saint Realm yet, so Zichen didn't plan to take them on an adventure on the star path. Everyone take care. Zichen looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Hee everyone, this Zhang is going to the star path to fight a special battle. One day, you will all be able to hear about this Zhang's brave deeds here." The monk laughed very proudly, dispelling a lot of the sorrow of parting. Zichen crushed the jade pendant. A light flashed, and everyone's figures disappeared. The jade pendant recorded a coordinate. It was the coordinate of the world where Yi Qian was, and also the coordinate of everyone's return. Light flashed, and Zichen and the others appeared in this world. This was a teleportation platform and there were outsiders guarding it. When they saw Zi Chen's group appear, they didn't panic. One of them bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Lord Zi Chen." The other foreign beings all bowed respectfully as well. This person was the Heaven Realm expert who had given Zi Chen the jade pendant. It was clear that he had been here ever since he returned. The surrounding people were all arranged by Yi Qian to avoid unnecessary trouble. Seeing Yi Qian's intentions, Zi Chen nodded at her and used his saint energy to conceal himself. He then flew towards Yi Qian's direction. Normal Heaven Realm experts would not be able to detect such a concealment method, just like how Gunglan had concealed herself in front of Zi Chen and Luo Fei. When he arrived at the Yellow Desert again, it was still a desolate place. There was only some vegetation beside Qian Mu's residence. This place is filled with resentment. Did your friend offend someone? Living here for a long time will have a great impact on the soul. In the end, it might completely corrode the soul, Tyrant said with a frown as he looked at the Yellow Desert. Can it be dissolved? Zi Chen asked. Yes, but it's very time-consuming. From afar, Zi Chen saw Yi Qian trimming the vegetation with Qian Mu's help. After sensing the group's aura, Yi Qian turned around and saw Zi Chen and the others. A smile appeared on her face. On the other hand, Mother Qian only noticed them when they were close to her. Zi Chen greets Auntie. Zi Chen bowed respectfully to Qian Mu's mother. Child, you are still so polite. Qian Mu looked at Zi Chen and smiled kindly. Then she looked at Tyrant and the others. Finally, her eyes stopped on Su Mingyao and said, Are these your friends? Yes, we are preparing to go to the Star Path this time, Zi Chen said truthfully. While they were talking, Zi Chen took out the special plants he had collected over the past year and said, Auntie, these are the plants I found over the past year. They can grow in any environment, especially the fallen butterfly king. It can produce a large number of fallen butterfly flowers. I hope Annie will like it. I like it, of course I like it. Qian Mu was very happy to receive Zi Chen's gift. She wanted to invite Zi Chen and the others to stay for a few days. Zi Chen refused with a smile on his face. Before coming, Zi Chen also learned some planting techniques. In particular, there were some special plants that needed to be planted with special methods. The group waited outside. Zi Chen, Su Mingyao, Yi Qian, and Qian Mu entered the room. After explaining some special places, Zi Chen said tentatively, Auntie, my monk friend found something strange here. He said he wants to take a closer look. I live here alone. There is nothing to see. You are shouldering a mission. Auntie can't waste your time, Qian Mu said. She obviously refused. Zi Chen understood the other party's intentions and did not say anything else. Mother, I'm leaving. After a long time, Yi Qian reluctantly said, Go. Business is more important. Mother is very busy here. You see, Zi Chen brought so many plants for Mother. Some of them need to be carefully planted. I don't have time to accompany you, Qian Mu said with a smile. Yi Qian's eyes turned red, and she threw herself into her mother's arms. Zi Chen and Su Mingyao tactfully walked out of the room. Su Mingyao quietly transmitted her voice. At first, they all guessed that you would look for plants for a beautiful woman. They guessed many possibilities, but they didn't guess that it was for a beautiful woman's mother. Su Mingyao deliberately made fun of him. Zi Chen pretended not to hear and walked forward. After a while, Yi Qian and Qian Mu came out and said goodbye. Qian Mu stood outside the room and waved at everyone until they completely disappeared from the transmission array. In the Jiatu clan, on the teleportation platform guarded by saints, the teleportation array lit up with rays of light, and Zi Chen and the others appeared from within. Jiatu Huang, who received the news, was already waiting under the transmission array. Seeing so many people appear this time, a look of astonishment flashed across his face. Then he didn't forget to salute Yi Qian. Hearing the title of goddess, everyone except L.V. Peng was taken aback. As for L.V. Peng, he didn't have any expression. That was because all his attention was on the array under his feet. He originally thought that everything Zi Chen gave him about the array was obtained from some ruins. He didn't expect that someone could really build such a transmission array. Brother Zi Chen really has good luck with women. After saluting, Jiatu Huang looked at Zi Chen and said with a smile. He was naturally referring to Su Mengyao. She was an existence not inferior to brilliant light and bright moon in terms of appearance and temperament. Zi Chen smiled, walked down the transmission array, and introduced them to Jiatu Huang one by one. Originally, because he had become a saint, the monk was slightly arrogant. After walking out of the room and seeing so many saints along the way, the arrogance in his heart disappeared bit by bit, because every single person in his line of sight was a saint. In the Tianwu continent, saints were still a rare term. The monk was one of the few who had become a saint and was very proud. But in this place, saints were really everywhere. What was there to be proud of? The only thing the monk could feel proud of was that he was stronger than most of the saints here. Has the transmission array been built? Zi Chen, who was walking side by side with Jiatu Huang, asked. How can it be so fast? It'll take a long time. Jiatu Huang smiled bitterly. Oh, then Zi Chen has a presumptuous request. I'll have to trouble Brother Huang to discuss it with the patriarch. If you have anything to say, just say it. Zi Chen looked at LV Peng and said, I want LV Peng to be my assistant. Recalling Zi Chen's request for the array diagram, Jiatu Huang looked at LV Peng. Obviously, the other party was the array master who carried Zi Chen's hopes. Although his realm was enough, he didn't know how much his understanding of array formations was. This matter could be considered a big deal because it involved the core of the Jiatu family's array master. It could be considered a real technical job. Jiatu Huang didn't have the authority to agree, so he could only ask the patriarch. Zi Chen apologized again. In fact, he knew very well that as long as Yi Qian said something, this wouldn't be a problem at all. However, Yi Qian obviously didn't want to have too much to do with the god race, so Zi Chen couldn't abuse Yi Qian's identity. On the same day, Jiatu Huang sent a message to Zi Chen, saying that the patriarch had agreed and could observe. After Zi Chen thanked him again, he asked LV Peng to stay. After that, he and the others left through the passage. When they sat in the aircraft and left, everyone also saw the vortexes in the void space, one after another. Things like Saint crystals kept appearing from the vortexes, leaving Tyrant and the others dumbfounded and shocked. Fortunately, this time, they didn't see the birth of a planet. Otherwise, with Tyrant's greedy personality, he would probably not be able to control himself and directly go forward to snatch it. After sending Zi Chen and the others out of the star field, Jiatu Huang cupped his fists at Zi Chen and said, Brother Zi Chen, take care! Zi Chen and the others cupped their fists in return, then left the star field. Under normal circumstances, Jiatu Huang would follow Yi Qian. It was said that he was there to protect Yi Qian's safety, but this time he didn't follow, which made Zi Chen a little puzzled. However, he didn't care too much. In the star field where Saint Kings didn't appear, it seemed that no one could threaten Yi Qian. After walking out of the star field and looking back again, everyone couldn't see those people just now, nor the Jiatu star field. It was as if there was a mysterious energy completely enveloping the entire star field. Next, if he wanted to enter the Jiatu star field, there was no other way except for an invitation from the Jiatu family, unless he could find the coordinates of the Jiatu star field. Standing in the void, the fortune teller suddenly closed his eyes, and the unique energy that belonged to him surged around his body. After about 9 breaths, he opened his eyes and looked at a certain place, saying, There seems to be something there. Chapter 2259. Destiny Teller pointed somewhere in front of them. The others turned their heads, but they couldn't see anything. It was an empty space and they couldn't see anything. Just as everyone looked at Destiny Teller in confusion, waiting for him to explain, Su Mingyao's voice suddenly sounded. There seems to be a space passage. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Is there? Zichen was puzzled. Everyone had their own specialties, and he obviously didn't know everything. Although his perception was very sharp, his comprehension of space was really not considered profound. I can't see it, but I can deduce it. There must be a passage here. Destiny Teller walked toward the place he just pointed at. His tone was very sure. The Book of Destiny appeared out of thin air, and as the pages opened, a ray of light fell from it. This ray of light fell in front of Destiny Teller, and the space there began to twist and distort. Then a space passage appeared. When they saw the passage appear, everyone's faces were filled with doubt. Destiny Teller turned back and looked at Zichen, asking if he wanted to go in and investigate. It should be a secret force in this star field. Ichien looked at the passage and said, Jatu Huangtu once said that the outer forces, although attached to the Jetu family, have their own secrets. Those are the secrets of the aristocratic families of inheritance, and even the Jatu family doesn't know. I'll go take a look first. Zichen came to the front of the passage and walked in first, while the others stayed outside and waited quietly. But after waiting for 10 breaths, Zichen still didn't come out, so Monk walked in. After entering the passage, Monk saw Zichen at the other end. At this moment, Zichen was looking up at the sky with a shocked expression. Following Zichen's line of sight, Monk saw a huge vortex, and in that vortex there were constantly things like holy crystals flying out. These holy crystals flew out and rotated in the void. There were so many of them that it was enough to make them envious. In addition to this huge whirlpool, there are also 2 very large planets outside the whirlpool's range. Those planets were much bigger than the one Zichen brought back, and they exuded an ancient aura. Other than that, they didn't see anyone else. Demon Ape and the others walked in and looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Go. Taking a deep breath, Zichen snapped out of his daze and walked toward the tunnel. You don't want so many good things? Tyrant asked in confusion. However, when he saw that Zichen had no intention of stopping, he unwillingly struck out with his palm. A palm print appeared in the sky and grabbed a large number of St. Crystals before returning to the monk's side. This was a greedy monk. Since he was already here, he couldn't possibly return empty-handed. Devil Ape and the rest retreated. Just as Tyrant was about to leave, a furious roar came from the 2 planets in the distance. What's going on? The fortune teller, who had been maintaining the passage to the outside world, asked after hearing the angry roar. Let's leave this place first, Zichen said in a deep voice. He then took out the aircraft given to him by Jiatu and Huangtu. The group entered the aircraft and flew toward the void in the distance. What are you afraid of? We have so many people. Sitting in the aircraft, Tyrant looked at the St. Crystals in his hand and recalled how he had lost so many St. Crystals. This place is under the jurisdiction of the Jatu family. It's not kind to attack the people of our allies. Besides, they are all neutral parties. They won't be a threat to us. Zichen looked back at Tyrant and said, You should change your greedy ways. You can't just rob everything you see. Devil Ape and the others grinned. The people in the passage didn't chase after them. They seemed to recognize the unique symbol on the aircraft as it came from the Jatu family. On the way, Ichien asked curiously, It is said that the hiding places of those forces are very secretive. Even those big families can't sense them. How did you sense them? Zichen was also curious about this question. He thought that his perfect spiritual sense was stronger than everyone present, but he couldn't sense anything just now. It's not sensed, it's deduced. Through the deduction of the heavenly Tao, we can deduce some abnormal situations in the surroundings, Su Mengyao said. Speaking of the heavenly Tao, it was obviously too profound. Almost everyone present didn't understand it. Zichen frowned slightly and said, Doesn't that mean that through the heavenly Tao we can sense all the abnormalities in the void? You can even deduce the location of those hidden passageways? Su Mengyao nodded and said, In theory, yes, but the premise is that it's not far from there. Once it's too far away, it can't be deduced. This void was too big. No one knew which direction there was a special passage. Zichen, who had some other thoughts in his mind, had to dispel this idea of relying on luck. They moved forward from the void and then left the starfields controlled by the Jetu family according to the guidance of the star chart. After all, the two sides were allies. It was always bad to attack the people of their allies. When they came to the starfields controlled by the other two forces, they didn't have so many considerations and acted much more relaxed. If a war broke out and the forces of the star passages were needed to participate, the cultivators in the starfields controlled by the two families would become enemies in an instant. Therefore, in this situation where they knew that they were enemies, it was also possible to get rid of some potential enemies in advance. The Jetu family's aircraft was too eye-catching. Zichen put it away and took out the sacred-level aircraft he obtained in the Nepha's starfield. The group abandoned the planetary teleportation and deliberately moved forward in the void. Their purpose was to have some gains before returning. Zichen had been to these places before, so he was familiar with them. During this period, Su Mengyao and Fortune Teller left the aircraft several times to deduce in the void to see if they could find a mysterious passage similar to the last time. If they found it this time, then they wouldn't hesitate to plunder it. Unfortunately, this kind of thing that required too much luck didn't happen again. Seeing that they were only a few starfields away from the Nepha starfield and still didn't find anything, Zichen was a little disappointed. That direction. 2 days later, Su Mengyao and Fortune Teller sensed an abnormality at the same time. Where? The monk immediately became spirited and quickly came forward. Fortune Teller pointed to the depths of the void and said, "It's still very far away. It's not a passage. It should be something similar to the descent of something. It's a planet. There's a planet descending in that direction." Su Mengyao added, "A planet?" Zichen was startled at first, but then he came to a realization. It wasn't a planet that could descend the resource they needed to break through to the sacred level. He didn't expect that Su Mengyao could even sense the birth of such a planet. A smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Let's go quickly. That's an opportunity." The group no longer hesitated and directly moved forward. Hundreds of thousands of miles away in the void, there was a huge vortex. In the middle of the vortex, an ancient planet was slowly falling. The descent of the planet caused a great commotion, which naturally attracted many cultivators in this starfield. According to common sense, when these cultivators saw a planet descending, their expressions should be very expectant and nervous. However, not only did they not have any feelings of expectation, but they were also full of frustration and disappointment. It was as if they had suffered some kind of anger and didn't dare to speak out. Their eyes occasionally looked in a certain direction, revealing an extremely complicated expression. In that direction, there was a very empty area, and a young man stood there. Beside him, there were 4 beautiful heavenly realm women. They leaned on the young man like water snakes, their charming eyes like silk, and said some flattering words, which made the young man laugh. Around them, there were 5 saints standing there, acting as guards. "Beauties, don't worry. Follow me, Huatui, and I promise to make you a saint. But the premise is that you have to listen to me obediently." The young man named Huatulan stroked a girl's tender face and smiled. "If you serve the young master well, he'll help you even if you're a saint king, not to mention a saint realm expert. Hee, I'm only a saint now, but that's because I don't want to return to the family. Once I return to the Huatui family, I'll become a sacred king in no time." When the 4 women heard this, they giggled. One of them hugged Huatui's neck and wanted to stick her whole body to Huatui's body. She said in a soft voice, "When we come out from this planet, we'll play as you like." The other 3 women also stepped forward, not to be outdone. They used various postures to tease the young master who claimed to be from the Huatui family, ignoring the disgusted and angry gazes around them. It was originally their opportunity, but these people came and wanted to take it away. However, Everyone showed no disrespect to the token that could be thrown to their faces at any time. Seeing that the planet was about to completely descend, they didn't dare to take half a step forward. Huatui glanced at the planet, raised the token in his hand high, and said, "Before I come out, no one can enter. Otherwise, I'll destroy your family. The security of this place will be maintained by your families. When the time comes, if someone comes, I'll—" Before the young master finished speaking, there were exclamations in the distance. It was several figures like flowing light, heading straight for the planet. No one was kind enough to stop these people from going on a rampage. "How dare you?" Huatui shouted angrily. The token in his hand, which he had thrown out many times and was respectfully returned every time, appeared again. Then he held the token and threw it in that direction. His face was full of pride because in a few breaths that person would come to him with the token, kneel in front of him, and admit his mistake. However, the smug look on his face soon froze. The leader of the group caught the token, and then there was no more then. He took the token and entered the planet under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Chapter 2260. The smug look on Huatui's face froze. The others around him were also stunned. They all turned their heads to look at Huatui. He seemed to be the first person who dared to look down on the supervisor order. Huatui's face became ugly, especially when he was stared at by so many people. He felt like he was losing face. However, he still held his head high and said indifferently, "Humph, it won't be long before they have to kneel in front of me and admit their mistakes." The others didn't refute this point. Perhaps those people didn't notice what was in their hands, but when they saw it clearly, they would definitely break out in a cold sweat. The others didn't dare to go in and could only wait outside. Time passed little by little. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 5 breaths. Soon, 10 breaths had passed. The people who went in before still didn't come out. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. In this world, was there really a force that didn't put the Huatui in their eyes? Could it be that those people were from the Doff family? Before entering the planet, Zichen received something. It seemed to be a token, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He had seen the fierce battle on the planet with his own eyes. In a few breaths of time, this place would be full of filth, so the faster the better. He didn't have time to think about the meaning of this token. After putting it away, he entered the planet. Suddenly, a very pure aura hit him in the face, making Zichen feel that his soul was penetrated. Because he was the first to come in, this feeling was even stronger. It was as if he had seen the essence of this planet in an instant. The energy in his body trembled, and his soul, body, and energy were growing stronger with each breath. This feeling was very magical, and Zichen couldn't help but immerse himself in it. However, his soul still remained clear. He knew that now wasn't the time to carefully perceive it. Too many people could come in at any time, so he should quickly collect the planet's origin liquid. Leaving some of his soul to perceive the mystery of this aura, Zichen released his perfect spiritual sense and began to investigate the situation of this planet. The speed at which his spiritual senses extended was very tyrannical. Wherever it passed, it left traces on the pure planet. These traces caused the planet to become impure. However, in the end, it was not something that belonged to him. So Zichen did not care about that. He started to collect the origin liquid that he saw. As he continued to collect, he found that no one had entered. This made Zichen feel a bit strange, and he wondered if it was because of that command medallion. Regardless of whether this was the reason or not, Zichen would not look at the token. "Young master." In the outside world, the 4 women were obviously getting impatient. One of them called out flirtatiously, "Humph, reckless fool. The few of you follow me in." "Huatui!" snorted coldly. His expression turned gloomy as he signaled for the 5 saints to follow him. The group of 10 people entered the planet and saw flashing lights. They were moving from one side of the planet's origin liquid to the other. "Who let you in?" Huatui said with a cold face. His words were cold, and his voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. However, everyone present knew that these were real treasures. They also knew that these things would turn from treasures to scraps after a long time, so they could not be bothered with Huatui. Even the monk, who had never been at a disadvantage, acted as if he had not heard this provocative remark. Huatui was furious that he had been ignored by these people. However, the 4 beautiful women beside him were anxious. These resources were decreasing bit by bit. However, the 4 of them did not dare snatch them, as the people who had ignored Huatui were all saints. Damn things, did you hear what I said? Believe it or not. With just a word from this young master, I can annihilate your family in an instant. Huatui raised his voice again, and his voice was loud enough to make everyone's ears buzz. The 5 saints who had followed him and stood in a straight line and looked ahead cautiously. In their perception, these saints who disregarded Huatui all gave off a dangerous feeling. Destroy your family? A light voice was heard. Ichien suddenly appeared in the air and stared at Huatui. Huatui also saw Ichien. She was wearing a red dress. She stood in the air. She was tall and slender with long legs. Her red dress fluttered in the air. Her beautiful face gave people a breathtaking feeling. Huatui was stunned when he saw Ichien. Compared to her, the 4 women beside him were undoubtedly inferior. In addition to the difference in appearance, the difference in temperament between the 2 sides was even more obvious. Huatui's anger dissipated completely in an instant. He looked at Ichien and said with a smile, "Are these people your friends?" Ichien nodded and remained silent. The smile on Huatui's face grew even brighter. He was thinking about how to get this beauty and ravage her. He was not good at judging men, but he was very accurate when it came to women. He could tell at a glance that she was a top-grade beauty. He would definitely enjoy her. He wanted to blurt out, "What's the harm in giving this planet to you if you follow me?" However, he felt that it was inappropriate, so he smiled and said, "What's the point of fighting for these resources? Follow me back to the Huate family. I will help you become a holy king. Although this planet is good, it can't help you become a holy king." As he spoke, his eyes wandered over Ichien's body. In his opinion, the Huate family was enough to intimidate her. No matter how bad it was, it could scare the others. However, his words did not scare anyone. Zichen and the others were still doing what they were supposed to do. Ichien was still silent, as if she was thinking. "Young master." Seeing that the resources here were getting less and less, one of the women beside him was anxious. She called out, softly again. She was so seductive that she could not wait to get close to him. Get lost for this young master." Huatuolin slapped the other party and sent him flying. He seemed very impatient. Compared to the person in front of him, these 4 people who took the initiative to send themselves to him were too vulgar. The 4 women were frightened. They retreated a distance, their bodies trembling. However, when their eyes fell on Ichien, a trace of hatred flashed in their eyes. It was obvious that this guy who only had beauty in his mind had taken a liking to her and wanted to kick the 4 of them away. "Have you thought it through?" Huatui smiled and said, "What's the point of being with them? You're so anxious for these resources. Follow me back to the Huate family. I can give you a complete planet and help you become a holy king." At this moment, Su Mingyao's figure flashed and came to Ichien's side. Then she pulled Ichien back. When he saw the woman in white fluttering clothes and looked at her beautiful face, Huatui's eyes widened. He secretly exclaimed that he had hit the jackpot. He actually met 2 top-grade beauties. If he could get both of them at the same time, he would really die under the peonies. He would be a romantic ghost. "Since you're together, I'll give you 2 planets. Don't worry. I, Huatui, am a man of my word. As long as you follow me, I guarantee that you will become holy kings. If you can satisfy me, it won't be difficult for you to become great holy kings." Huatui said anxiously as he looked at the 2 who were retreating further and further. Can you really return to the Huate family? A voice sounded. A black-robed figure walked over from afar. He was playing with a token in his hand. It was the token that Huatui had thrown out earlier. Looking at the two beauties and seeing this man, Huatui felt irritated for no reason. He said coldly, "Scram, what right do you have to talk to this young master? Do you believe that this young master can exterminate your family with a single word?" Playing with the token in his hand, Zi-Chin chuckled and said, "It seems that there are spoiled brats everywhere. However, a spoiled brat like you, who wants to exterminate a family, is definitely not a core disciple of an aristocratic family. That's because they mostly rely on themselves and not on forces." "What do you mean? Can't you see the token in your hand? That's a supervisory token." Looking at the other party's calm eyes, Huatui didn't know why, but he suddenly lost confidence. "I know that this is a supervisory token, and I know that you're from the Huate family. However, I'm not sure if what you just said is true. Can you really return to the Huate family?" Zi-Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the other party. The 5 saints stepped forward. They sensed a dangerous aura from Zi-Chen. "Nonsense, that's my home. How can I not go back? If you know what's good for you, quickly leave and leave the two beauties to me. Then, I'll forget about today's matter. Otherwise..." Huatui threatened again, but this time his words were less confident than before. Zi-Chin shook his head and said, "Forget it. Whether what you said is true or not, since we've met, it's fate. We should at least take a look." Huatui didn't understand the other party's words, but in the next moment he saw the other party move. That speed was definitely something he had never seen before. Like a ray of light, he instantly broke through the defense of the 5 saints and arrived beside Huatui. He grabbed the other party's neck and brought him away. "Damn it, put him down!" The other party's speed shocked the 5 saints, but they couldn't let anything happen to this domineering young master. So they all chased after him. Bang! A loud shout came from the sky, and a long black staff appeared out of thin air. It descended from the sky with a powerful aura and went straight for one of the saints, Amitabha. At the same time, a Buddhist chant resounded through the heavens and earth. A monk with golden light around him sat cross-legged in the air. He looked solemn and dignified as he blocked the second saint. A bolt of lightning flashed and turned into a human figure, blocking the third saint. A dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. A green dragon appeared out of thin air and blocked the 4th saint. As for the 5th saint, he was blocked by a young man with a thick book floating above his head. Chapter 2261. Huate Wei Lin was taken away in an instant, and the 5 saints were stopped by the monks' group. Looking at the flashing figures in the sky, the 4 women's faces were completely pale. It was obvious that after a long period of arrogance, they finally met someone who wasn't afraid of the Huate clan. Furthermore, the appearances of these people were simply too strange. Of course, what shocked them even more was that they saw a true dragon. Although they were already in the heaven realm, it was rare to see such a powerful creature. Moreover, this wasn't an ordinary true dragon, but a saint dragon. Boom! The demonic ape smashed down with the black rod in its hand. The aura it carried was so terrifying that the saints couldn't move. The powerful force tore through the space and went straight for the saints. With a loud bang, the saints who were defending with all their might had their defenses shattered. With a grunt, they were sent flying. Amitabha. The monk chanted the name of Buddha. His body flashed with Buddhist light, and he looked solemn. A swastika appeared, emitting a dazzling golden light. It landed on the saint in front of him and imprinted on his chest. Boom! The swastika exploded, and the saint was sent flying while coughing up blood. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky as a saint dragon's tail swept over. It was so fast that the saint didn't have time to dodge and was sent flying. The lightning spirit carried the will of lightning, and its attack was very violent. It was like a rolling thunder, exploding on the saint's chest. As soon as they clashed, for the 5 saints were sent flying. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and the 4 women were terrified. Today's divination injured. The fortune-teller's voice rang out as he pointed at the saint in front of him. The book of destiny above his head opened, and a ray of light landed on the saint. The saint's defense was completely ineffective. After being hit by the energy, he coughed up blood, and his expression was full of shock. Today's divination heavily injured. The fortune-teller pointed again, and the book of destiny flipped to another page, and another ray of light fell. The saint coughed up blood again, and this time the blood was accompanied by fragments of his organs. His body was almost torn apart from the inside. He had never seen such an attack that could ignore all defenses. While he was frightened, he also wanted to turn around and run. Today's 3 divinations fall. The fortune-teller's 3rd finger descended. His face was somewhat pale, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. In the sky, the book of destiny flipped open 2 pages, and another ray of light chased after the saint. Buzz! The light fell on the escaping saint, and the latter's body suddenly burst out with a strong light. Then the light dissipated in an instant. The saint's soul disappeared, and his corpse fell from the sky. Just as the 3 fingers of destiny ended the saint's life, the battles in other places also came to an end. The demonic ape swung its staff again and again until it completely destroyed the saints. Monks were also awe-inspiring, forcefully annihilating their enemies. Naturally, there was no need to say much about Torvosaurus and Lightning Spirit. The 2 of them were not benevolent people. Using the life stars with the highest potentials to fight against the saints of the star passages was like bullying the weak. The 4 heaven realm women had curled up together, leaning on each other like a meatball. In the blink of an eye, 5 saints had died. This was far beyond the range they could accept. It was already a great thing that they didn't faint on the spot. As for Huatui's situation, they really didn't have the mood to care about it at this moment. So what if he had become a saint? Wasn't he killed in an instant? They just wanted to live. There are still some opportunities here. Try to comprehend them and see if you can break through. Just as the 4 of them were frightened, a light voice came. It was Yi Qian, who had a grudge against them because they were fighting for favor. Now, she had given them a clear path. Looking at the 4 frightened women, Yi Qian said faintly, "You don't have much time." The 4 women nodded. After expressing their gratitude to Yi Qian, they released their spiritual senses and flew toward the origin liquid of the nearby planet. At this moment, Zi-chan was searching their souls. The perfect spiritual senses might have a weak understanding of the Great Path, but it was still very useful for searching souls. At the same level, the perfect spiritual senses could search souls very fast. Moreover, under the suppression of this kind of spiritual senses, it was almost impossible for Huatui to resist. The perfect spiritual senses could search souls very fast. After Zi-chan got everything he wanted to know, he was ready to leave. On the other side, the battle had ended. Let's wait for a while. As soon as Zi-chan turned around, Yi Qian said. Next to her, Su Mengyao was also looking at Zi-chan. The battle was over, and they had gained a lot. It seemed that it was time to leave. However, Zi-chan's spiritual senses spread out. After sensing the 4 women's situation, he guessed their intentions and kept silent. In this star passage, it's not easy for them to live. Their situation isn't good, Yi Qian said. As heaven realm cultivators, women might have some advantages, but they had to pay a big price for it. If they didn't meet, it would be fine. But since they met, they would help if they could. However, Yi Qian's help was limited. The 4 women were very tactful. After collecting some resources, they came to the front of the group. Zi-chan didn't have a good impression of this kind of women, but he didn't sympathize with them. If the 2 women hadn't insisted, he would have left immediately. Instead of sympathizing with them, it was better to sympathize with the people outside. The group turned and left. During this time, the monk, the demon ape, and the others were whispering, looking very excited. The star passage was indeed full of opportunities. It hadn't been long since they came here, but they could encounter such an opportunity. Zichen and the others rushed out, causing a series of exclamations. They didn't stop and flew straight into the distance. As for the four women, they also followed closely. After following them for a while, they tactfully left. The resources they received were obviously not enough for all four of them to break through. Whether or not the four of them would kill each other to compete for resources was not a problem for everyone to consider. Outside the planet, exclamations sounded one after another. Everyone stared blankly at Zichen and the others who left, not understanding what had happened. What about the people from the Huate family? Why did they let them out? After pausing for a long time, some cultivators carefully flew toward the planet. After that, they carefully entered the planet. The planet was a mess, and the traces of battle were very obvious. Everyone scanned the entire planet with their spiritual senses, but they didn't find any trace of Huate. Even the 5 saints were nowhere to be found. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. Looking at the traces of battle, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and an unimaginable thought rose in their minds. Those people killed Huate and the 5 saints who acted as temporary guards. On this star passage, there were actually people who didn't fear the supervisory order. However, after a short moment of shock, a battle broke out again. This was because there were resources here, and with resources there would be battles. The Heavenly Tao Law's special function in the star passage surprised everyone. It was an unexpected surprise. Therefore, in the process of the Nephis star field, everyone had been moving forward in the void. During this time, Fortune Teller and Su Mengyao tried to sense in the void to see if they could find another planet. However, this was known as the biggest opportunity in the star passage, and it was obviously something that could only be found by chance. Everyone crossed star regions, but they didn't see a planet descending. In the aircraft, Zichen fell into deep thought. There were still 100 years left on the Life Star, and after that, the foreign tribe saints would invade. In order to make the Life Star stronger, too many people had to become saints. During this period, the consumption of Saint Power Crystal was naturally an astronomical figure. Now, Zichen was worried about how to get more Saint Power Crystal. The Jiatu family should have a lot, but Zichen really couldn't find a reason to ask them. Even if he wanted to exchange, he didn't have the same amount of resources. In this star passage, there were only 2 ways to get Saint Crystals. One was to wait outside the void vortex and wait for the Saint Crystals to fly out one by one. This method was very effective and didn't cost anything, but it was too slow. The second method was naturally to rob. This method was naturally fast, but it was also very dangerous. Did you find anything? Yi Qian came to Zichen's side and looked at Zichen, who was lost in thought. Zichen came back to his senses and said, "I did find something, but it's too dangerous." Yi Qian was asking if she could find something useful from Huatui Sol, such as the exact coordinates of the Huate family. This family hadn't been born yet, and she believed that they must have accumulated a lot of resources over the years. It was possible to rob them once. However, the risk factor was unprecedentedly high. Zichen wouldn't consider it unless it was a critical moment. Now, Zichen had a simple idea on how to get more Saint Power Crystal. Once this idea was implemented, he would be able to create more saints for the Life Star. When they arrived at the Chengda Star Zone, Zichen and the others didn't find anything else. After that, they went directly to the Sin Star Zone. In the Saint-level aircraft, Zichen urged it to move forward at full speed. When Monk and the others heard about the force that Zichen had created, they were all very curious about this star zone. Because the Overlord force hadn't appeared yet, this star zone was still very peaceful. Zichen went directly to the Sin Star. On the Sin Star, Zichen saw several saints from the Bexi family. When they saw Zichen, they were very surprised and pleasantly surprised. "Where's Xingchen?" When he walked into the hall and didn't see Xingchen and the others, Zichen asked in confusion. Chapter 2262. Guarding the void? Is there an enemy invasion? Zichen asked in confusion. There is no enemy. It's just that a vortex suddenly appeared in this void. From that vortex, there are things like saint crystals flying out from time to time. Last time, a planet appeared with a lot of resources in it, Beisai Hesu said. What? Zichen was shocked when he heard the news. Even Yi Qian, who came with him, had a change of expression. The two of them knew very well about this star field. The opportunities in the star path had nothing to do with this place because this place was too far away from the core secret of the star path. Let's go. Take me there, Zichen said in a deep voice as he got up. Beisai Hesu led the group out of the hall and stepped on the teleportation formation to the void. It is said that this is a place that Master Shantian accidentally discovered when he went out. After that, Master stayed there for a while and found a falling planet. Beisai Hesu explained the origin of the matter as they moved forward. Zichen heard another layer of meaning from the other party's words. He asked, You followed the heavenly Tao and became a saint. Yes, Master and Master Manshur have both become saints. Beisai Hesu praised. Although the two of them have just become saints, their battle strength is very strong. Oh, and the people that Master arranged the saints to escort back have also become saints one after another. When Zichen left, he took his doppelganger with him, so he did not condense saints for Manshur, Shantian, and the others. According to his original plan, he wanted to condense saints for them after returning to the Life Star. He did not expect that the two of them would break through first. As for the others that Beisai Hesu mentioned, he should be referring to Black Dragon and Dark Rock. Standing in the aircraft, Zichen saw a huge vortex in the depths of the void from afar. The vortex was constantly rotating, and lightning flashed from time to time. It was exactly the same as the planets that Zichen saw in the depths of the void. Outside the vortex, there were many cultivators guarding it. They formed a tight circle. These people belonged to Zichen's side, and there were dozens of saints among them. Back then, Huatui's token alone was enough to stop all the cultivators in their tracks. Now, it required so many experts to complete the task. The aircraft flew directly to the vortex, and Zichen walked out of it. When they saw Zichen walking out, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, their faces were filled with surprise. Xingqian and the others came forward with smiles on their faces. Heilong and Enpeng hesitated for a moment before walking forward. Among them, Manshur's expression was the most astonished, because not only did he recognize Zichen, he also recognized the people around Zichen. One had to know that back then they had fought side by side in Misty City, so they knew that these people were all ferocious. Moreover, seeing these people, Manshur guessed that Zichen had returned to the Life Star and brought these people back. However, what puzzled him was how these people had entered the Saint Realm. Xingqian and the others walked toward Zichen, and so did Zichen's people. Among the two sides, the ones who attracted the most attention were naturally Su Mengyao, Yi Qian, Mingyu, and Brilliant. They were all top-notch beauties with different temperaments. They were all peerless beauties, and they were all saints. The four women received even more attention than Zichen, who was the leader in name. Why did you come back so quickly? I was still waiting for your news, said Xingqian as he walked forward and cupped his fists toward Devil Ape and the others. Both sides, auras belonged to the Life Star. Even if they didn't know each other, they would naturally feel close to each other when they met on this strange star path. Mingyu and Brilliant both knew Yi Qian, and both sides were quite familiar with each other. At this moment, they nodded, and then their eyes fell on Su Mengyao. It was undeniable that this white-clothed woman had a unique aura which could naturally attract people's attention. While the two women were observing Su Mengyao, she was also observing them. She had to admit that these two women were all stunning beauties with unique auras. One of them gave her a feeling similar to Shang Guanyu. Out of politeness, she gently nodded to the two women and smiled. The two women also responded politely. From a distance, people could see the four women standing together as if they were competing with each other for beauty. There's no danger over there, so I came here first. Let me introduce you to some friends. Evil good monk, devil ape, savage dragon, fortune teller Su Mengyao, and this is Lei Ling, my disciple. Then, Ziqin introduced them one by one. Of course, he also introduced Xing Chen's group to Monk and the others. Su Mengyao, who obviously came with some other mission, paid attention to these two beauties. After hearing their names, she guessed their background and nodded kindly. Her heart, which was not very nervous, also relaxed. Among Zichen's close female friends, Su Mengyao should be the one who understood Zichen the most. Therefore, she could see many unanswered questions from Zichen's eyes. For example, the way Zichen looked at her was obviously different from the way the three women beside her looked at her. There was a mutual affection between them. Mingyu and Brilliant also looked at Zichen calmly as if they were looking at a friend. They believed that there was nothing between them. As for Yi Qian, Su Mengyao could not understand her gaze, but it was obviously not to the extent that she and Zichen were at. At this moment, Zichen was talking with Xingqian, but he did not know that Su Mengyao had seen through the three women beside him. You'll understand when you come here. Xingqian pointed at the center of the vortex and said. The group followed, looking very curious. Wherever they passed, all the cultivators scattered to the sides with respectful expressions. When they came to the edge of the vortex, Zichen looked down and saw a person sitting cross-legged in the center. After seeing that person, Zichen's expression changed slightly and he cried out, That's Shan Tiandao? Why is he there? Zichen could not be blamed for losing his composure at this moment, because everyone knew that the area within the vortex was a forbidden area. Even a saint would be seriously injured if they were to be at the edge. But at this moment, Shan Tiandao was sitting cross-legged in the center, and he was unscathed. It should be because of the rules he mastered. Xingqian said, The appearance of such a vortex here has a lot to do with him. Just as they were talking, a light flashed in the center of the vortex, and a few pieces of Saint crystals flew out, turning into streams of light, and went straight for Shan Tiandao. The speed of the Saint crystals was very fast. Zichen had once seen a heaven realm expert being pierced between the eyebrows with his own eyes. Shan Tiandao did not seem to notice the appearance of the Saint crystals. Just as the Saint crystals were about to hit his body, the heavenly Tao law around him flashed. The Saint crystals that were flying rapidly suddenly turned around him, and after circling around him, they flew into the distance. The people around seemed to be used to this. Immediately, some heaven realm experts separated and chased after the Saint crystals. His rules can affect this space, and he can sense some very special things. Xingqian paused for a moment and said, He can even sense some planets and make them land in this direction. There's such a thing. Zichen was shocked when he heard this. The monk also said in surprise, If that's the case, as long as Shan Tiandao stays here, the chances of a planet landing here will be greatly increased. Yes, Xingqian nodded and said, In the entire star path, this was the biggest secret. It was completely uncontrollable, and there was no chance of it happening. Even the overlord forces did not know when a planet would land. Now, everyone's knowledge was limited to the spatial vortex in the depths. The chances of a planet appearing were very high, but they were all occupied by the overlord forces. No one had ever heard of someone being able to affect the landing of a planet. This was undoubtedly equivalent to cheating. This place is indeed a little strange. At this moment, Fortune Teller, who had been looking at the vortex above, suddenly spoke. Energy surged around his body, and then he turned into a stream of light, rushing toward the vortex amidst everyone's exclamations. There was naturally a reason for everyone's exclamations. In this place, besides Shan Tiandao, no one dared to enter the vortex's range. Even the recognized expert, Xingqian, did not dare to. However, this newcomer saint rushed in just like that. Just when everyone thought that the other party was being too rash, they were all shocked to discover that the irresistible power within the whirlpool did not obliterate the other party. Instead, he easily entered the vortex's range, then landed beside Shen Tiandao and sat down cross-legged. Xing Qin looked at Fortune Teller in shock. After a while, he turned to look at Ziqin and said, "Did he also comprehend the heavenly Tao?" "Not really, but he can deduce the heavenly Tao. It's normal for him to have some special means," Ziqin said. "I can sense that a planet is approaching. If we don't seize the opportunity, we may miss it." Su Mingyao's voice sounded without warning. Then she tapped her feet lightly and went straight into the vortex. Her white clothes fluttered, making her look like a fairy. That powerful force did not destroy the peerless beauty in front of them this time. She landed in a position closer to the two of them. After sitting down cross-legged, a mysterious energy light surged from her body. That energy light belonged to Su Mingyao's unique ethereal energy. After it appeared around Su Mingyao, it went toward the vortex above her head. Before the crowd's gazes, that burst of energy entered the vortex. At the same time, a stream of light rushed out from Shen Tiandao and Fortune Teller. Then the light from Su Mingyao's body went straight into the vortex. After a while, a rumbling sound came from the vortex, like thousands of thunder roaring. A planet emitting a strong light was pulled into the vortex by 3 streams of energy. Chapter 2263. Seeing the planet being pulled by the 3 beams of energy, everybody was dumbfounded. What was this? Was it forcefully dragging a planet? They had never heard of such a thing in the star path. Wasn't it too fierce? Not to mention these people, even Ziqin and the others were shocked to the point of speechlessness, especially Xing Qin. He had a certain understanding of this world. He knew that the scene in front of him was absolutely earth-shaking. Once this news spread out, the entire star path would be shaken. Yes, this should be the unique advantage of a life star. Without a harmonious spirit master, they can use this method to increase the chance of becoming a saint. Xing Chen was shocked, mumbling to himself. The beams of energy from the 3 of them were shrinking. The planet was sinking at a speed faster than normal. Ziqin pulled himself together from the shock. He looked at Xing Qin and said, "Have you found a candidate to break through?" Xing Qin nodded. Apparently, he had thought about this before. "Let them prepare," Ziqin said. Then he gazed at the sinking planet. "This scene is too shocking. Even if the overlord forces see it, their jaws will drop." Yi Qian stepped forward, walking to Ziqin's side, and said, "This scene can't be known to the world. As far as I know, the forces with a strong foundation will hide the whirlpool in their star field where the probability of a planet appearing is the highest. They will use it as a base to develop, just like the one we saw by accident. As for the overlord forces, they have hidden the entire star field." Ziqin understood the reminder in Yi Qian's words. He nodded silently. The special situation of the 3 of them really needed to be hidden. Otherwise, it would cause chaos in the star path. Ziqin didn't think that they could resist the forces of the entire star path with just the few of them. After the planet descends, signal the 3 of them to come back. Next, we just need to send some saints to guard this place. We don't need to guard it. Remember to keep what happened today a secret. Sealing off this place was definitely not something that could be done overnight. Before that, they had to wait for LV Peng to return. Without a powerful array master, it was obviously not possible to hide an entire star field. Without looking at the planet, Ziqin turned around and returned. Tyrant and the others followed closely behind. They currently had these mysterious methods, but they had no way to use them. The inadequacies of the forces that had been established in a short few decades were also revealed at this moment. Saint-grade array masters? Where can I find so many saint-grade array masters? In the aircraft, Ziqin muttered to himself. Although there was a Lu Peng, relatively speaking, the number of array masters was still too few. Moreover, if LV Peng wanted to create a space passage to return to the Life Star alone, how long would it take him to hide the entire void? There was less than 100 years left for Ziqin. Looking at Zi Chen's worried face and muttering to himself from time to time, Tyrant snorted discontentedly and said, "What's there to worry about? Didn't you say that the Star Road doesn't have many things except experts? Since we can't find them, can't we snatch them?" Tyrant said with a fierce face, "Snatch? Snatch everywhere. We'll snatch whatever we lack. You only know how to snatch. Can you guarantee the loyalty of the people you snatch? If snatching can solve the problem, then Zi Chen glared at Tyrant and said angrily. However, before he could finish, Zi Chen's eyes lit up. He said, "This is a good suggestion. Loyalty is not a problem we need to consider. What we need to consider is the talents we lack." Tyrant's words completely awakened Zi Chen. After returning to the Sin Star, Zi Chen came to ask these people to discuss a meeting. This meeting was held by the saints from the Life Star. The people of the Bexi family did not participate. Wu Xing, Hei Long, and Enpeng, who had already entered the Saint Realm, were also present. Luo Yao, who was at the False Saint Realm, was not present. Of course, Yi Qian was also present. There was no need to hide this matter from the other party. "Everyone, I've gathered you here today to discuss something with you." Zi Chen looked at the crowd and paused for a moment before saying, "This time I came back with the intention of opening a transmission channel to the Tianwu continent. I didn't expect a spatial whirlpool to appear in our star field and such an opportunity. In this way, not only do we need to open the channel, we also need to hide this spatial whirlpool. In this way, we need a lot of array masters, especially saint-level array masters. In addition to array masters, we need more saint power crystal chips, more saint crystals, and more planets. It's too difficult to get these resources, step by step. Moreover, we have less than 100 years. In special times, we need to do special things. So I only have one goal now, and that is to snatch." Hearing Zi Chen's words, everyone was stunned. "Snatch! Snatch all the things we need. But we can't just snatch openly. That will cause public anger. We need to snatch slowly, one family at a time. Not only do we need to snatch resources, but we also need to snatch people." Brilliant, who had been silent, suddenly said, "You don't mean to just snatch, right?" "That's right. Our main goal is to control. Next, our target is the entire star field controlled by the Hu family. So before that, everyone needs to learn the soul control technique to control the people we need." Zi Chen looked at Brilliant and said, "As for the Bexi family, their interests are completely tied to ours. There's no need to continue controlling them. Now that the cultivators from the Life Star had completely integrated into this place, continuing to control these saints would only be a waste of Brilliant's quota." Brilliant nodded and released their souls. The saints of the Bexi family, who were busy with other things, suddenly changed their expressions. Then they all looked in a certain direction and were stunned. During the years when their souls were controlled, they did not lose consciousness. They knew what they had done. After a long time, they sighed and smiled bitterly. Just as Zi Chen said, both sides were tied to their interests. It did not matter whether their souls were controlled or not. Although they had regained their freedom, they could not get rid of Zi Chen and his people. They could not cut off their relationship with them. After sighing, they could only continue with their work. They only had 10 saints, but Zi Chen's side had dozens of saints. Even without these saints, just Zi Chen alone was enough to sweep them all away. Although it did not matter whether their souls were controlled or not, the feeling of regaining their freedom was still very good. Now that their goal was clear, the next step was to act. After leaving some people to continue guarding this star field, Zi Chen and his people left the Nifa star field and set foot on the Chung de star field. Almost all the saints in this star field had been killed by Zi Chen. There were not many left. Next, Zi Chen found these saints one by one. However, he did not control their souls. Instead, he asked them to exchange saint power chips for their lives. To put it bluntly, it was just a robbery. As for soul control, these people were obviously not qualified. Moreover, Zi Chen's reputation had long spread in this star field. He was someone who had almost killed a Saint King. In this star field, it was relatively easy to obtain some Saint Power crystal chips. The group did not stay in this star field for long and set foot on the next star field. Jiatu and Huangtu had brought him to this star field before. There were already secrets of the star path here. In this star field, the biggest family was the Carlo family. Zichen led his people directly to the Carlo family. As for whether the saints of this family would meet Zichen did not need to worry at all. He only needed to throw the token in his hand at the face of the person in front of him and put on a very arrogant look. Soon, he would be able to meet the upper echelons of this family. The patriarch of the Carlo family was called Carlo Coro. He was an old man. Naturally, he was also a saint who controlled the entire Carlo family. When he heard that the supervisor had come, he was shocked. In this star path, who could ignore the supervisor? After indicating that the supervisor was first arranged in the hall, he hurriedly tidied up his clothes and followed the person to the hall. Carlo Coro greets the supervisor. I did not know that the supervisor was coming. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. Before entering the hall, Carlo Coro's voice sounded. Then, he entered the hall in fear and trepidation. Zichen's aura surged as he indifferently looked at Carlo Coro and coldly said, Patriarch Carlo, do you know your crime? The Carlo family's patriarch was shocked. Looking at Zichen, he cautiously asked, Dare I ask the supervisor, what crime did Carlo commit? At the same time, he quietly waved his hand, indicating that everyone should leave. All the servants left, and the door was closed. Zichen looked at Carlo Coro and sneered. You really don't know what crime you committed. I hope the supervisor can enlighten me. Carlo Coro cupped his fists and said respectfully, If you don't know, then forget it. Zichen smiled faintly and retracted his cold aura. In his hand, there was a small cauldron. Looking at this small cauldron, the Carlo family's patriarch had a puzzled look on his face. He did not understand the supervisor's intention. At this time, the small cauldron shone and a light enveloped the entire hall. The Carlo family's patriarch's expression became a lot more serious, but he was not too vigilant. He merely thought that this Lord Supervisor had something important to instruct him. On this star path, no one would suspect the supervisor. But in the end, he did not hear the important matter. Instead, he saw saints appear one after another. Each of these saints exuded a powerful aura. Then, under Carlo Coro's horrified expression, the aura of these saints pressed down on him. When Carlo Coro was unable to move under the pressure of this aura, a spiritual thought went straight to his sea of consciousness. Chapter 2264. When Carlo Kaluo woke up, he saw Brilliant beside him and respectfully called him master. Then he turned to Zichen and respectfully called him lord. Call the other saints of your family here one by one. Tell them that the supervisor envoy has something to ask them, ordered Zichen. Yes. Carlo Kaluo respectfully bowed and then left the hall. Even though he knew what was going to happen next, he could not disobey the soul contract. In the depths of his heart, he had already decided to be loyal to his master. As for the so-called family, it was naturally not as important as his master at this moment. Just like that, the saints of the Carlo family were brought to the hall one by one and then left one by one. During this time, there were no abnormalities. However, all the saints who came to this hall had their souls controlled. It was worth mentioning that this family actually had a saint grade array master, which was a pleasant surprise. Use all your strength to obtain the Saint Power Crystal. Zichen had given the order after he'd taken control of all the saints in the clan. Then he led his people and left for the second family. These families were under the jurisdiction of the Hua Te family. Once the war started, they would be the enemies of the Life Star. However, after controlling their souls, these people would not listen to the Hua Te family's arrangements. Once the war started, not only would the two sides not be enemies, but they would also become staunch allies. This was also part of Zichen's plan. He wanted to slowly use the unique soul control method on the life star to control the star fields one by one and make them his right-hand men. Since the establishment of the Star Road, there had never been an incident where a saint of a power was controlled. This was unprecedented in history, so no power would guard against it. Moreover, because of the way the Star Road had always been, just a supervisor token was enough to save Zichen a lot of trouble. On the Star Road, all the powers only recognized tokens, not people. During the process of soul control, Zichen obtained the first batch of Saint Power Crystal. This was the accumulation of these powers over many years. It was a huge number. After obtaining these Saint Power Crystal, Zichen was thinking about how to send these Saint Power Crystal back to the Tianwu continent. One had to know that in the world where his clone resided, time flowed at a rate of 1 to 100. A year here was equivalent to 100 years there. In the past 100 years, the clone must have consumed too many Saint Power crystal chips. Currently, the passageway has not been completely opened. During this period, they need to rely on the Jiatu family's teleportation array. 3 months later, Zichen had taken control of a galaxy and collected a lot of Saint Power crystal chips. There were also some Saint crystals, the principles of which had already been extracted by Zichen. Next, it was time to send someone to deliver the Saint Power crystal. This place required Zichen's presence, and he obviously could not leave. And in the Jiatu family, the others also couldn't say anything. After thinking it over, they could only trouble Yi Qian to personally make a trip. Because of the rules, Yi Qian couldn't go to the Sky Martial continent. Thus, she needed the others from the Life Star to follow her. Thus, Zichen arranged for the Devil Ape to go with Xing Qin to the Jiatu family. From there, they would enter the Sky Martial continent. In addition, Xing Qin also took away the Universal Origin Cauldron. This time he returned to the Sky Martial continent with other missions. For example, he brought all the Array Masters trained in the Everlasting Sect over the years and tried to make them break through to the Saint Realm. Yi Qian and the other two embarked on the journey to the Jiatu family. As for Zichen and the others, they went to the next galaxy. With the supervising envoy token in his hand, coupled with the unique aura of a foreign race on his body, Zichen could enter any place he wanted to go without any hindrance. Looking at the teleportation array that was gradually dimming, the Jiatu family master walked out from behind. Seeing the family master come in person, Jiatu Emperor bowed respectfully. That little guy really doesn't treat himself as an outsider. The Jiatu family master muttered and said to Jiatu Emperor, "Let those people speed up and open the teleportation channel as soon as possible. Let the goddess lead the way. Zichen doesn't have to worry about it, but we can't afford to provoke this trouble." "Yes," Jiatu Emperor said. "Let all the Array Masters in the family go. This matter concerns the goddess. Such a matter can't be delayed." The Jiatu family master sighed and said, "The ignorant are really fearless. The goddess is such a noble existence. How can she be ordered around like this?" With the Jiatu family master's instructions, the speed of opening the teleportation array was much faster. These saints no longer cared about how much LV Peng could comprehend and began to open the teleportation channel wholeheartedly. The existence of the goddess was extraordinary. They couldn't afford to provoke such trouble. If things went wrong, the entire Jiatu family would be implicated. Zichen was still leading people deeper. During this time, the soul control went very smoothly. No accidents happened. This time, he led a group of people with the most potential in the Sky Martial Realm and the War Martial Realm. There was no problem in dealing with these unprepared saints. If this continues, the entire star path will be under our control. After walking out of another family, the monk smiled proudly. "The idea is beautiful, but it's not realistic at all." Zichen shook his head and said, "Every one of them knew how to control souls, and their fighting strength was very strong. However, the number of souls they could control was limited. Take Guang Yao, for example. Although his realm had increased a lot, the number of saints he could control was only 20. In the depths of the star field, Any family could casually take out 20 saints. Zi Chen's perfect spiritual sense was a little stronger. Now he could control 30 saints. However, as his strength increased, there was still some room for growth. Su Mengyao was not much different from Guangyao and Mingyu. The monk's soul was very special. It seemed that because of his cultivation method, he could control the number of saints. It was almost the same as Zichen. The devil ape and the Torvosaurus were relatively less in terms of the number of souls they could control. The black dragon, the dark rock, and the 3 of the 5 elements could not control many souls. However, the number of souls Tianming and Shen Tian Dao could control surprised Zichen. In this way, the total number of souls they could control was only a few hundred. In this vast star field, a few hundred saints was really nothing. There are still a few saints we can't control. Should we go over? Tianming walked to Zichen and asked. Zichen shook his head and said, "It's just a small family. Let's not waste the quota on them. Let's go to the next star field." The next star field was called Ao Gu star field. The family with the greatest power was the Ao Gu family. This family was Zi Chen's target this time. Our quota is indeed limited. However, if we go back and call the others, we should be able to control more saints, right? The monk said again. The others he was referring to were the former great saints. Those were all experts. Their soul power was much stronger than the rest. It was believed that any one of them could control as many saints as the sum of these people. The life star still needs them. They can't leave for the time being. Even if they can leave after controlling the saints here, who can guarantee that the soul connection between them will still be there when they return to the life star? Zi Chen smiled bitterly and said, "The most important thing now is to open a passage to the life star. Only by opening the passage can we decide everything." When they arrived at Ao Gu star field, Zi Chen was the only one left. The others had entered a special space. In Ao Gu star field, it was not difficult to find the Ao Gu family. They controlled the largest planet in this star field. Moreover, this planet was not open to the public. Only people from the Ao Gu family could enter. On this planet, there was no teleportation formation to the outside world. One could only rely on aircraft to move forward. In fact, in those star fields with opportunities, aircraft were the main means of transportation. Outside the planet, there were aircrafts constantly patrolling around the planet. Each aircraft had one or several false saints guarding it. After all, they were not a big family like the Jia family. Although the number of saints was large, it was still limited. They could not be used to patrol at will. An aircraft that tried to approach Ao Gu star was blocked by other patrolling aircraft. One of the false saints walked out. One of them said indifferently, "Who are you? Don't you know where this is?" At this moment, a token was thrown out from the aircraft. When the false saint received the token and looked at it, his face changed instantly. "I didn't know it was the supervisor. Sorry for offending you." While speaking, the false saint waved his hand, indicating the other aircraft to disperse. After that, these aircraft escorted the aircraft with the Hort family symbol to Ao Gu star. Entering Ao Gu star field, the head of the Ao Gu family and other saints had already heard the news and were waiting here. Of course, the one who walked out of the aircraft was Zichen. His face was cold and arrogant. He glanced at the head of the Ao Gu family and said, "Find me a quiet place. I have something to discuss with you." "Yes." The head of the Ao Gu family, who didn't have time to introduce himself, could only respectfully nod and follow Zichen into the Ao Gu family. The other saints saw this and shook their heads. They didn't dare to say a word about the supervisor's arrogance. After entering the Ao Gu family, they stopped at the largest reception hall. Some of the servants were dismissed. Even the saints who had been following them were not allowed to step into this place and could only disperse. Zichen sat on his seat. Without saying a word, he began to form seals with both of his hands. Along with the surge of energy that belonged to a foreign race, a restriction that could only be set up by a harmonious spirit master appeared, enveloping the entire hall. My lord is actually a harmonious spirit master. The head of the Ao Gu family's expression became more respectful. A harmonious spirit master was an existence worthy of respect. Then Tyrant, Brilliant, and Su Mengyao appeared and joined forces with Zichen's group. Under the shocked expression of the head of the Ao Gu family, they forcibly controlled his soul. Ao Gu family greets the master and the lords. After the soul control, the head of the Ao Gu family respectfully saluted the four. Go, signal the other saints to come in one by one. I have something to discuss, Zichen ordered. Yes, the head of the Ao Gu family nodded and then respectfully retreated. After a quarter of an hour, the head of the Ao Gu family still hadn't returned. Even the other saints didn't come out. Zichen's expression changed. The thing he was most worried about had finally happened.